Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the December 9th, 2025 City Commission meeting. For those in the room, we actually have an executive session that starts at 5 o'clock. We'll recess in about 30 minutes, but the actual meeting itself does not start till 5:45, so you have a little time. Welcome to stay here, but just so you know, that's what's going to happen. The actual meeting will start at 5:45. But I'd look for a motion to recess an executive session.
I move that we recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss a personnel matter involving a city employee pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exception, KSA 75-4319, subsection B1. The justification of the executive session is to protect employee privacy. The City Commission will resume its regularly scheduled meeting in the City Commission room at about 5:31 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
Second. So motion by Sellos and a second by Devo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll be in recession to executive session. report. The meeting starts at 5:45, so we'll be in recess till 5:45, and then we'll start up the agenda. So keep talking amongst yourselves.
Rock chalk.
Good. Thank you, everyone. We're calling the December 9th, 2025 meeting back into session. It's 5:45, and we're going to start with Sherry Wiedemann giving the rules of the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. We'll now move to item B, which is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. And we might talk about that second part here in a second, but is there a motion to approve the agenda as it sits at the moment?
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Pullian, seconded by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Next is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. There is one quasi-judicial item which relates to 1430 and 1432 Louisiana and 1423 and 1433 Ohio Street. But before we get to that, I'll ask the commissioners if there's any non-quasi-judicial items that they'd like to pull.
No, sir.
Okay. Would any member of the public like to pull the C9A? I assume someone does. Okay. 1 second, but pulled by Commissioner Francisco. I mean, Commissioner.
Former.
Senator Francisco. Okay, 1 second on that. Let's go ahead and make a motion on the consent agenda and approve the consent agenda with the exception of C9A. So a motion.
There's a motion to approve, minus item C9A.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Devos, second by Commissioner Pullian to approve the consent agenda with the exception of C9A. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. I do have a question related to our agenda. I'd like to know how many people in the room are here for the item that just got pulled, which is the 1430, 1432 Louisiana and Ohio Street, versus, I see 2 people, versus people here probably for the Albemarle Jayhawk Club. I assume that's most of the rest of you. Okay, but there's only 2 for the, I mean, other people might speak up, but, so I didn't know how many people are here for each. I mean, one option is to take up that matter now, and the other would be to move it after the Albemarle item, but if there's 2 speakers, I think we could do it now, or we could move it afterwards. Any preference from the commission?
I'm okay to do it now.
Okay, we'll do it now then. So we'll let Senator Francisco, she pulled it. Would you like to make any comments on that? And then, so the folks in the room know, we'll let Senator Francisco make her comments, and then we'll probably ask some questions of staff, maybe have a staff presentation, then any other members of the public can speak thereafter. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and City Commissioners. I hope you had a chance to look at the letter that I sent in. Have just a couple of questions about the proposal for redevelopment of this property. I understand R5 is a new zoning district, and it was established to accommodate predominantly residential development near retail, employment, transit, and other concentrated uses. This proposal is really for residential in a predominantly residential area. If we were talking about wanting this kind of high density next to the university, there would be a lot of other neighborhoods here present with some concerns. So this is just talking about Oriad and that high density. The staff report notes that it's well suited for the uses permitted in the existing R4 district. The intent of the Oriad neighborhood guidelines were to ensure that all buildings are compatible with the scale and character of the Oriad neighborhood. So already the zoning allows, I think, for a higher density than exists on this site. I'm wondering if you've received from staff any information about what the kind of box of development would look like with the current zoning and how much larger it might be with this proposed zoning, and which of those fits best with the adjacent surrounding residential development. The staff report also notes that approval is needed from the Historic Resources Commission to demolish the detached dwelling. If they don't give that permission, it will become a non-conforming structure. And I think that's a planning decision that's adding complexity. So it might be good to know what the HRC believes about that. I don't think it ever helps to create non-conforming structures. An alternative would be to zone 3 of the properties, the R5, and leave the structure R4 so it could stay there. And I just want to comment that I think the request does affect public health and safety, particularly because it's not easy to park in this neighborhood. If you have to park a distance away on other streets, you're talking about people being out at night. If this use served food, like many of the sororities and fraternities do, that would be easier, but I'm not understanding that that's the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a staff, Jeff, or I don't know if there's a staff member online? We'll get you in 1 second.
I'm moving Avery over
Okay,
now.
moving Avery over. I was thinking they'd be here.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Thank you, Avery, for being here. I don't know if you have any response to those issues, and the commission might have some questions for you, but I'll let you start, Avery, if you do.
So, I guess I maybe ask what the commission would prefer. I have presentation slides that were shared with the Planning Commission at their meeting. So something you'd like me to walk through, or if you, I guess I don't necessarily have prepared responses to each of those, the points that were just brought up by Marcy, but I guess I would look to you for direction on what you guys would prefer.
I appreciate that. I'll look actually to my fellow commissioners. Would you like a presentation on it, or have you reviewed the agenda item and just have questions?
I just have questions.
Okay. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll make this even harder on you, Avery. We'll just ask you questions. So we'll let Commissioner Courtney go first.
And so, hi Avery, how's it going? So a question, when we have a new zoning like this, my understanding is this is one of the, if not the first time that the city has used this zoning before. Is that true?
Correct. The R5 district is the new district of the newly development. So there are currently any established R5 districts in the city.
And when a new zoning goes into effect, does that usually come to the City Commission first, or does that go through the Planning Commission?
So for rezoning request as submitted as an application, it would go to for public hearing and recommendation, and the Planning Commission's recommendation would be forwarded to the who is the final decision-making body on a rezoning.
So the Planning Commission makes recommendation to us.
Gotcha. And my next question is, if we did approve this for that zoning, is it a separate discussion about parking? Because I know a lot of people have concerns about what that could potentially look like.
So parking is typically reviewed and discussed during a site plan review for application, and that would be an administrative review process. A development plan is not a requirement, a submittal requirement for consideration of a rezoning request. So that wasn't something discussed within the staff report, and it wouldn't be something staff would discuss unless it's brought up.
But folks know that there's a separate but related request to rezone a particular piece of property, I think on 15th. That is a separate item that would go to the Planning Commission and then to us eventually, correct? Separate from this item.
Correct.
Correct.
I'm good.
Oh, Randy. We can't hear you, Randy. Hold on. See if Randy can get his. In the meantime, do people have other questions for Avery about the proposal? We'll see if Randy can get back on here, but if not, we'll go ahead and open it.
Can you ask about I'd like to know about the differences between the existing zoning and the upzoning from a mathematical standpoint
Okay.
on its density.
Did you hear that, Avery?
Yes. So there are a few differences between the existing R4 district and the proposed R5 district in terms of the density permitted and the lot and building standards that would apply to development. The current R4 district has a minimum density requirement of 16 units per acre and allows a maximum density of 32 units per acre, whereas the proposed R5 district requires a minimum of 33 units per acre, and then there is no maximum density for that R5 district. In terms of the allowed maximum building height for development, the R4 district permits a maximum height of 45 feet. The R5 district allows an increased height of 55 feet. And then in terms of lot coverage, the R4 district allows a maximum building coverage of 70% with a total impervious surface coverage, which would include paving and for things like parking and sidewalks. That maximum impervious surface coverage allowed at 80%. And then for the R5 district, the maximum building coverage is 80%, while the impervious surface coverage is 85% of the total site area. The building setbacks that are required, which would be required from each property line, are the same for both districts. So the building and the site would be the same under both districts.
Randy, I think we can hear you now.
No.
Is he in the?
Hello?
Okay, Randy,
Hello?
we can.
Hello?
There you go.
I apologize. I cannot hear anything and haven't been able to hear anything, and I would be there in person, but we're all a little under the weather tonight, so I'm just trying to make things work. So what do we got going on?
I don't know that we need you for anything. I thought you had something to say.
Oh, no. I apologize.
Okay.
I just couldn't hear any. and I finally connected with my phone. So I'm going to participate in Sandy's thing. So I apologize
Okay.
for interrupting.
Whenever the attorney interrupts, we think something's going to happen, but, okay. Thank you, Andy. We'll call you if we need you. Thank you. Okay, well, that was interesting. Okay, other questions for staff before I open it to public comment?
I think so, thank you.
Okay, I'll open it up first to public comment in the room. And I know we had one waiting.
Hi,
And you can raise that up if you, there's a button right by your right hand. Hold that for a second, and Marcy, do you see it there?
Push and hold.
Push and hold.
there you go.
There you go.
Delaying all the fine people here.
Excellent.
Should be good.
Thank you.
My name's Kyle Thompson. I'm the chairperson of the Oread Residents Association. And my wife and I have lived in the Oread for 37 years at this point in the National Historic Register house. I'm only speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for the organization. The Oread neighborhood has been becoming denser for 100 years. I'm in favor of the rezoning from R4 to R5. I believe this project would take some of the student development pressure off other areas of Oread and other neighborhoods. I appreciate the concerns raised in the letters to the Commission, especially related to transit and parking. We also have the continuing Gateway District project concerns in another part of our neighborhood. Our neighborhood plan designates this area as high density. I think this rezoning fits in with the desire to locate high density in this area. The Oread design guidelines have helped lower the friction between landlords, developers, and residents over the last 9 years. One reason I don't speak too well is I don't appear to be at many meetings anymore because of the Oread design guidelines have really helped us a lot. Our design guidelines will be used in many future meetings over this development. I do wonder how they will meet. B7B. New construction should be composed of, quote, house scale, unquote, elements and masses that relate to the scale of the original neighborhood. Porches, dormers, projecting bays can help achieve this standard. Because of demographics and government financing changes, there will be fewer students in the near future. I think that the focus should be on family-friendly development rather than student-oriented development. This includes maintaining the character of the less dense areas of the neighborhoods. I appreciate that the architect is attempting to install more parking than is required. I think that all parking for the project should be on site. I wonder if there are incentives that could be used to encourage students who live this close to campus to not bring cars. It costs $30,000 to build up one parking stall. 20 e-bikes could be purchased for that amount and parked in an on-site garage. I believe we'll be back here next month on the District 1 text amendment, and we'll discuss the Oread character more at that point.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Hey, Holly?
Holly Krebs. I just wanted to say a moment in response to one of the questions that Commissioner Courtney discussed, which was about the parking effect of this rezoning. And the indication given by staff was that that discussion will happen at a later time. I believe that this is the time to talk about the parking effect of this rezoning. Once the zoning is granted, then the developer has a right to develop the area at a substantially greater density than it is currently zoned for. That means that if the Commission is concerned about potential parking problems from such intense density, this is the time to make a choice about whether this area can absorb the amount of parking needed for a zoning that has no maximum density. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the room? See, oh, well, looks like,
Hi, good evening. Samuel Carter, 66046. And I guess, so I someone with a young family, someone who has purchased homes in the past, I think I can offer a perspective in terms of what families want. or offer that I think that, or what is good for families is for everyone to have choices. When people have more choices in general, it just, it relaxes the housing market in general. So like, I think in the land development code debate, there was a lot of discussion on, people competing for housing or students competing for single family homes, right? Well, it's because there's a housing shortage, and there's housing shortages across the board, and it's even if the housing is not necessarily like 4 bedrooms, it's still good for someone, and ultimately it's good for me. It's good for my family if more people can find more accessible housing, particularly housing that's within walking distance to a grocery store, the KU, that'll require fewer taxes that I have to pay on my housing. But so it's just I just want to offer a different perspective from someone who has a young family, has moved around, and lives in the community. But there's a second point I want to raise. This idea that about density, I guess. I don't know density. I majored in history. I like to do historical research. One thing, it turns out that the U.S. Census publishes numbers on the number of housing units within census tracts, right? Super interesting stuff. So I pulled this up a little while ago. It turns out that in 1940, there were 1,800 housing units in the Oread neighborhood. In 2019, there was 2,800, so 1,000 more units. But families are generally much smaller now. My grandmother was the oldest of 10 children, right? I have 2. So there may actually be the same number of people living in the Oread as there was 80 years ago. Now, of course, fewer people like cars, and I get that. But even in the past 5 years, the census has numbers on this, there have been only 38 more housing units built in the Oread. And I think that's what, people there wanted, and that's fair to some extent. Because I think a lot of people want to live close to university. I think a lot of people want to live close to downtown. And I think we all pay for that.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Lance Adams. I'm with Adams Architects. I filed the rezoning submittal for this project. So I just want to let you know I was here to answer any questions about the project itself. As we look at the site, though, you do realize that on 3 of the 4 sites, it is surrounded by KU property. And then, so we have one small portion facing Ohio Street, basically. So keep that in mind as you look at it. The Oread neighborhood plan, if you look through that, which is part of your set you have, particularly on page 13, it shows existing uses. You'll see in that map where it shows the house indicated in yellow. And then as you move forward through the plans, I believe it's page 52. Let me verify that for you. Yeah, if you look at page 52, map 4.1, you see that yellow spot where the house is removed. So I think as they plan the Oread neighborhood, they already planned for that house to be removed. And what we were informed during the HRC discussion, it wasn't on the agenda, it was part of their discussion, is that the Oread plan overrides all the other items. So that's what we've based some of our movement on, is that that house is already removed from it based on that document you have. And that's the information we have to go on. So whatever is published in those studies, that's what we have to use. And we don't know what all the meetings were and the inside discussions and the feelings that went into that. We have what is in that document, and that's what we have to go by as designers as we approach the city with projects. So keep that in mind as you move forward. So any questions, please ask me. We are meeting the requirements for parking on site,
for what the city standard is. The developer is looking for additional parking above and beyond what would be required by the development code. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Seeing none, we'll go online.
Brandy Sutton.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Brandy Sutton, 66047. I understand everybody's concerns, but this is just kind of the baby step in the process. This did go to HRC, not as a formal item, but as a discussion item, and they did recommend approval so long as the project complies with the Oriad neighborhood design guidelines, which of course we know is all required. Planning Commission recommended it. It is an infill development, high density, which the City of Lawrence has worked very hard on the new land development code, and this is what that code is trying to promote, is infill, high density. This project is far from the finish line. There will be numerous meetings. This does have to go before HRC, before anything, for the house, and then one of the older Emory buildings to be demolished. It'll go back through Planning Commission for the site plan, and so there's going to be a lot of opportunity for input. I don't think this is, earth-shattering to go ahead and approve the rezoning. Everybody will obviously have a chance to weigh in, especially through the HRC and planning process as the site plan and the development moves forward. Thank you very much.
Any other, Sherry?
That's all the comments.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
Somebody just popped on. I apologize, Mayor.
No, that's fine.
Jeffrey Hepler.
Hey, y'all, you hear me well?
Yes.
Awesome. Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. Thanks, Sherry. You gave me a scare for a second there. I just wanted to say that I supported this back in the Planning Commission meeting, and I think this is the infill development that our community desires and needs personally, and it seems to align with the neighborhood plans. So I would just like to see, thank you for the architect for being here, by the way. I would like to see some incentives for alternative modes of transportation, and that, even just a few of those parking spaces, like Samuel said, could be, covered and locked, key-padded e-bike spaces or e-scooters. I see there's so many around town, and I think it's an opportunity for innovation. That's all. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion, comments. Well, I'll jump in. And I would say I support this rezoning. We did also get a lot of emails about this, and they're in the comments section. And I think there is some dispute about whether or not how the Oriad neighborhood plan treats this property, with some disagreement. I've reviewed that plan, and I do believe this location is where the density is meant to be within the Oriad neighborhood. And I think, as one of the speakers said, I think having more density closer to the university in this location does make sense to me, and hopefully will have a positive effect on the rest of the Oriad neighborhood. I also agree that there's a lot more process on this, and to me, the parking issue of another location is a secondary issue. With the all 5 district, it requires 1 parking spot per bedroom. We changed that. I think that is an appropriate excuse me, not one per bedroom, one per unit, instead of one per bedroom, one per unit. And obviously, depending on how it's designed, that can mean a lot of different things, but I'm a believer that we don't need one parking spot for every bedroom, and that's why we changed the code. And so, I hope the developer looks at that and looks at how this project can work. But I think one per unit is the right number for that. So anyway, I'll support this, knowing we'll have a lot more discussion going forward. But other thoughts, comments?
Yeah, I'm going to support this too. My only concern is around the spirit of this. And could you have an R5 in East Lawrence and then put a parking lot in North Lawrence? And so some of my questions that we'll have going forward is, what's the spirit of this higher density? What does that look like? And, what can we do to make sure that either parking is on site, underground, what that looks like, so we don't get into a scenario where somebody could build something in one part of town and then have a parking garage on another part of town. That does concern me.
I'm going to support this as well, given that we will have ample opportunity to readdress whether we believe in infill or not. That is what the Land Development Code is gearing us towards. I hear a lot of complaints about the parking. It feels like a lot of complaints, but I would like to see us in the future kind of, I think we're planning on looking at the LDC in April. Is that?
Yep. Yeah,
that will be a year?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would delay until the discussion, honestly, but the reality is we put a lot of developers and builders on hold often, so I'd rather see us progress at least to some extent. So I have been down in the Oread area and seen a lot of what has been done down there, and it does look pretty fantastic, in my opinion, so I will support this.
I would also note the other discussion we'll probably be having in the spring. It relates to a neighborhood parking permit system that also could address some of the overflow parking. It's been talked about for a long time, so not everyone's convinced it'll actually happen, but Senator Francisco's nodding at me. But it will be a discussion item that we are working towards.
Yeah, I'm comfortable moving forward with this. I understand the ramifications of this. I think it's the intention of this highest density to put it in areas where there's the most people and the most activities. Transit hubs are one example, but also the center of most activities for students here is the University of Kansas, and not everyone has a car, and I believe that we could create a niche, a different choice for people who have an ability to live on campus without the need for car, which there are a lot of students that do. And so I feel like this might fit right into that selection mode of having an opportunity to live near campus in a high-density environment with hopefully a more reasonable rent because of the lack of $30,000 parking spaces. So I'm in favor of this at this point.
Any other comments? We look for a motion.
Move to approve the request to rezone Z-25-0012, which is approximately 1.34 acres located at 1430 and 1432 Louisiana Street, 1423 and 1433 Ohio Street, from R4UC, residential high density, ORAD neighborhood design overlay, to district to R5UC, residential very high density, ORAD neighborhood design overlay district, based on the findings presented in the staff report, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10177, 10179, 10180, and 10181.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Moved by Commissioner Sellos, seconded by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed 5-0, right? Okay, just want to be sure. Passed 5-0. Okay, now we'll move on to the regular agenda, and the first regular agenda item relates to the Jayhawk Club, lot number 5, located 1840 Crossgate Drive. And Sandy Day will be leading this presentation. So for those in the room, we'll have the presentation, we'll ask questions, the commission will ask questions of staff, and then we'll open the matter to public comment, first to people in the room and then second to people online.
It's going to take me just a minute.
Okay.
Wait, hang on just a second.
Okay.
Okay, can you see those? Can you pick yours? Can you see it? It's that one.
That is it.
Here we go.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Sandy Day with the Planning Department. This item before you is kind of a crash course in plan developments, especially in our legacy plan developments. We're going to talk about why this project is here and what it is specifically that you're looking at. Randy had a few items that he wanted to address you before I get started regarding ex parte communications, and I think I hear clicking that Randy is online.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, sorry for the intrusion earlier, but I'm having difficulties with sound, so I'm on the telephone, but I think my video is working. Before you tonight for final decision is an application for a preliminary development plan. In deciding the issue, the City Commission will be hearing evidence, assessing the credibility of that evidence, and applying the City Code to that evidence to make a decision. In so doing, the City Commission will be acting in a quasi-judicial capacity. And whenever the City Commission appears in that capacity, certain constitutional due process rights attach. One aspect of due process is that the hearing be fair and impartial to all participants. In order to assure a fair hearing, it is necessary that the city commissioners all have access to the same information and that proponents and opponents of the project have access to that same information so that they can respond to it in a meaningful way. To accomplish those ends, it is necessary for each commissioner to disclose ex parte communications. An ex parte communication is any communication in whatever medium between a commissioner and a third party about the subject matter of this hearing that occurs outside the confines of this hearing. In disclosing ex parte communications, it is necessary to disclose with whom the communication was made, when generally the communication occurred, and the nature of that communication. If the content of the communication is already included in the record of the hearing, it is sufficient to say that nothing outside the record was communicated during that communication. Now, it should be noted that communications with commissioners or city staff do not count as ex parte communications. So if there are no further questions, or if there are no questions of me, before Sandy makes her presentation regarding this preliminary development plan, I would ask commissioners to disclose any and all ex parte communications. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Commissioner Marcellus?
Yeah, I had a conversation with Matt Goff, who's the attorney that's representing the applicant, just in reference to the letter that was submitted to all the commissioners.
I also had a meeting with Matt Goff regarding his presentation materials, and then a few people have emailed all of us, and then a few phone calls came in from various people just speaking and then ending the call, basically on their opinion of the matter, but nothing was discussed. I was just listening to those comments, so that's about it.
I would have the same. I had a meeting with Matt Goff based upon the contents of the letter he submitted, and of course the emails that everyone has received. And I also received 2 phone calls in opposition, but again with no new information different than what's already in the record. So I don't believe I have any information outside the record.
Same thing. I talked to Matt Goff too about the letter. I got emails and have talked to residents in the affected area.
Okay.
I have not talked to Matt Goff, but I did talk to a few residents and nothing outside of what's in our record.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And with that, Sandy, you may proceed.
So I'm going to take a first few slides to really kind of get everybody oriented, and then we'll talk about the project in some more detail. The slide that's up shows you the general location of this project within what is generally recognized as the Alvamar neighborhood, bounded by Bob's Billing Parkway to the north, Clinton Parkway to the south, Castle to the east, Wakarusa to the west. This area has quite a range of zoning districts. We'll see that in another slide. This application is specifically dealing with what we call Lot 5. It's a platted lot. It is part of a larger plan development. However, it's never had a specifically assigned land use to it in previous applications. Some key points about this project: as a legacy plan development, legacy being anything that was an approved plan development prior to the effective date of the current land development code, April of 25 of this year. So some of this project has zoning that goes all the way back to the late 1960s, as well as some zoning that took place in the middle 2000s, 2014, 15, 16, and 18, I think, and then the project today. So that's why we call it a legacy project. It was approved originally under the 2006 code for this particular segment of it. Uses and density were not defined for this particular property. And I make a point of saying that because there is a lot of discussion out there that there was a specific project for this property. There is discussion in some of the very initial records in some of the studies that was kind of projecting what this property would be, but it was never included specifically as part of a development plan. So we have some application language, but it never came forward in that plan phase. The base zoning district, when it was zoned, was RM24 with a PD overlay, and then that transitioned this past April to R4. Both are high-density residential zoning districts. The RM24, however, in the previous code had a maximum density. It did not have a minimum density. So development of those properties, as long as they were less than 24, they could kind of be any density below that number. In today's code, in many of the residential zoning districts, we now have both a minimum density as well as a maximum in that R4, and we'll get into that some more. This project has 200 proposed units. That is kind of the bare minimum, so that's the minimum threshold. There are limits and restrictions on this property that mean that the property can't go over this without providing a revised design that gets a second access. The use restrictions that are on this property, and there are use restrictions, really are specific to non-residential uses, and we'll show that in just a minute. And then the off-street parking was reviewed and evaluated based on the 25 land development code. In previous codes, we had a requirement for multifamily that had one parking space per bedroom plus one per 10 units as kind of guest parking. So that parking has been changed in this project per that code, and it's one parking space per unit rather than per bedroom. This slide highlights the criteria that was used to evaluate this project. You will find those findings discussed in more detail in the staff report starting on page 12. There's a couple of paragraphs for each of these things. Be happy to cover those in specific detail if you'd like. Ultimately, staff's summary was that these criteria were met, and that was the basis of staff's recommendations. This is the zoning map, and this is part of your crash course in plan developments. Everything that's highlighted in purple is a legacy plan development. This R4, while it's still legacy because it was under the 2006 code, has this PD overlay. And then these stripes, when you see that in the zoning map, that means that there are conditions associated with that zoning. And this particular property has the restrictions limiting some retail uses. Office uses were also limited. Eating and drinking establishments, including nightclubs that were operated as banquet or reception facility, those were somewhat they're permitted in the zoning district, but they're permitted as part of the development plan. So when we see the banquet facility, when we see the clubhouse, when you see the food court places around the pool or within other buildings, those are permitted specifically as part of that non-residential use permission that was granted with the original development. And then transient accommodation, including a hotel with not more than 24 guest rooms. In very early plans, there was a hotel or possibly some cabin cottage type units that were located over in this very far eastern section of the development. That specific land use was contemplated, but it was never included in any planned development. As we moved forward in the project, the northern pieces of the project have been developed over time. So this is the last remaining parcel that exists in that overall planned development that is still vacant. And then this slide highlights the proposed project. There are a number of uses in addition to the residential uses that we find along the long leg of the project. The applicant's engineer referred to this as a T, and that helped us converse over time, and I've kind of adopted that long leg of the T is the residential piece. There is a proposed maintenance building that would be located up here at the north end of the development, and then there is a pool and clubhouse space that is associated specifically for the apartment part of that development. It's not to say that people couldn't also have membership in these other facilities that are part of the development, but this is really kind of exclusive for their use, and that is because in these planned developments, there's usually a requirement to have a certain amount of open space or active recreation space within these projects. So that fulfills that requirement. So some of the things that we've been talking about in terms of this legacy, the golf course and many of those surrounding subdivisions are all part of that original Alvamar plan development. The tool that was used as a master plan for that neighborhood was called a use permitted upon review. The predecessor of what we have today is a special use permit. And then various subdivisions or developments within that neighborhood were then approved through either additional special use permits. There are some cases where we also have preliminary and final development plans, but many of them were approved by straight subdivision approval processes without having to go through a process like this. Then we change the code a little bit, and plan developments become a standalone district. They're almost like a mini zoning code. This particular project was approved in 2006 when we went back to that time where you had a base zoning district with a planned development overlay. And in that construct, you have a set of regulations for that base district with certain things that you can modify, such as height, such as setback, not so much use, but the Planning Commission and the City Commission had some abilities to limit or restrict housing type, density, some of those components in the 2006 code. In 2005, in the current code, we have adopted also planned development regulations, but they are much different than what we have today. There are 4 types of planned developments that could be considered under the new code. Because this zoning exists, this particular project does not fit one of the 4 types, which is either a sustainable resilient design, historical structure or site, affordable housing, or a combined benefits type of development. So what we end up doing is looking at the current code for process and procedure with the expectation of some of the development components in the 2006 code, but there's also limitations on what can be modified because, again, we have that base zoning district R4 that sets that bottom threshold. So if we were to consider, say, reducing the number of units in this planned development, we would no longer be meeting the requirement of the R4 district. So 100 units would not meet that minimum threshold. That's the current code. So what we did with the applicant in this project, they were required to hold a neighborhood meeting to talk about what the proposed project was and to get neighborhood impact and feedback, plus or minuses about how that outcome resulted. I think there are continuing discussions between the developer applicant and the neighborhood about what some of those things are. The golf course itself is actually not part of this project, and that's a hard piece to kind of wrap your head around. The golf course itself was part of that early '66 approval project. There's not a site plan. There's not a use permitted upon review. There's most of it is not platted. Because there's usually no building permit associated with a golf course activity, it's not typically activity that comes through the planning office unless there's something that's related to the floodplain development permit. 2005, we create the land disturbance permit requirements. So that does require certain activities on the golf course to submit for those local land disturbance permits. We did a quick density analysis. This was the analysis that was provided by the applicant. Staff checked the work, and we concurred with their finding that they do meet that minimum threshold for the district of at least 16 units per acre. You take that gross acre, you remove what are the non-buildable areas in that project to get kind of a net number. That number divided by 200, that's what gives us our density. Density is always based on the number of units, not on the number of bedrooms. The two projects that have been built, the two apartments to the north, one is on the west side of Birdie Way, the other is on the east, and those projects have a rough density of 20 to 22 dwelling units per acre for those two projects. Some of the other uses I mentioned that are part of this project on this specific lot are the maintenance building at the north end. So this would be the elevation that faces kind of Crossgate. This would be the elevation that is facing the development. These are pretty stark drawings, so you don't have sometimes kind of the finish that you see, and you're not seeing anything that would be softened or obscured by any kind of site plantings, landscape plantings on the site. There is what's called a snack shack that would be proposed on the lot itself, not in the apartment development area, but along the cart path that winds through the golf course that happens to also wind through a part of this property. So we had to look at that and get elevations for that. And then this is the pool clubhouse that would be for the residents. And again, what you're seeing is a very stark elevation. You're not seeing the landscaping and the other orientations of buildings in this particular view. A traffic study, a drainage study, and a downstream sanitary sewer analysis are all specific studies that are required with development applications. Those are prepared by the applicant. They are submitted to staff for review. Our technical engineering staff, not me as a planner, the engineers review this information, and they look to see that it is compliant with city code. Traffic study. Traffic has been a significant topic in this project. This is a vacant lot that is proposed to be developed along Crossgate. Crossgate is one of 3 north-south roads that go through that larger neighborhood. This piece of Crossgate was constructed with the early phase because originally it went through another segment of private street that really was not designed to or accommodate that development. This became the through route for all of that development along this piece, as well as, some existing development along Greenbrier, along Crossgate, and I want to say Quail something, I think, there. The findings of that traffic study were that it did meet city code. There are some recommendations to help improve the traffic situation. Any changes to the road configurations or traffic calming that would be added would be part of specific public improvement plans that would get submitted. I would remind you that at this point we are talking about a preliminary development plan. The public improvements would be a component of the final development plan. Those are ministerial kind of items. They are reviewed at the staff level for compliance with traffic codes, with engineering design. You either comply with those things or you do not. So that would be the public improvement plans that would be there. Utility connections. There is also a need for some redundancy. There is one main line that feeds this entire area. This marks kind of the general connection of where water line extensions would be continued. These would be, again, public improvement plans to extend public water supply to this property, and there would be a similar piece for the sanitary sewer. Again, this was a study that was specifically reviewed by city engineers. Drainage study, and I apologize, I couldn't get the diagram big enough to read and oriented north and south. So this is the north end of the project. This is the south end of the project. There was a drainage study that was submitted. It was reviewed. I think it went through multiple review processes by city staff. And you actually see in the staff report specific conditions of approval. So if this project is approved, there's a set of conditions that require some additional information and notation for the drainage study. Some of what is going on occurs kind of off-site, if you will. And so there have been a number of questions. If you consider this area here, this is part of the golf course. So any work being done in here is kind of extra to the project, and there were some additional questions. The developer has been working with city staff trying to find a good solution. This also requires them to work directly with property owners that are affected. This was a slide I did add at one point. If our city stormwater engineer needs this, I'm just going to give you kind of a primer on it. I am not by any means an expert in any of the stormwater. What you see here is kind of the watershed for, again, that whole Alvamar neighborhood. And what you can see here, these blue lines, are essentially ridges within this neighborhood, and these blue lines, light blue, represent existing waterways coming through this property. So we have here the Inverness tributary, and then we also have the Quail Creek tributary. So property generally is draining kind of to these pathways, if you will. And this is our subject property that we're talking about. It kind of straddles this ridge. We have this existing subdivision plat that is part of also this tributary through the area. Staff's recommendation was for approval for this project. The project does meet code in our review and assessment. The Planning Commission considered this item at their meeting, and they actually recommended 4-3 to forward a recommendation to you for a denial. Planning Commission's role in this project was as an advisory board, and your role in this is a decision maker. Your actions tonight, and Randy's gonna, I think, talk to you again in just one moment. You can accept the Planning Commission's denial by a majority vote. You can approve this project with a 4 out of 5 affirmative votes. You do have the ability to make some modifications to the project, again with a 4 out of 5 vote, or you can remand this application back to the Planning Commission with specific reasons for that and elements that you want the Planning Commission to reconsider for this project. That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer questions. It's a lot of information, I know. Hopefully you've got a foundation.
Did Randy want to say something before we?
Yes, hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes, Randy.
All right, just before we get in hear testimony from the public and the applicant, just wanted to confirm what Sandy said, that it would take 4 votes to override the recommendation of the Planning Commission. When you're reviewing a preliminary development plan, you are operating in a ministerial capacity rather than a discretionary capacity, and that means if the proposed preliminary development plan is in compliance with the city code, then it must be approved. On the other hand, if the proposed preliminary development plan is not in compliance with the city code, then it must be disapproved. So your task tonight is to listen to the evidence, read the record, and to determine whether or not this proposed project meets city code or it does not. And with that, I will stand for questions, and I will also be available for questions during the course of the hearing.
Thank you. Okay, questions for Sandy at this time? Or Randy, I guess. We'll then have the applicant, and then we'll have the public comment. Any questions?
No, none for me.
None at the moment, thank you. Applicant? Looks like Matt is here.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Goff with Barbara Emerson. I represent the owner, and I also have a presentation that I hopefully will see here soon. There it is. I'm joined today by Thomas Fritzl and Casey Stewart. Lance Adams is here, and Merdad Gevece. So if you have technical questions about the project itself, traffic, or the design, I may refer to them to answer those questions. I'm not going to stay on this page very long. We covered the basics of the project. I also sent you a letter last week that's part of the packet. We've got 200 units and 17 buildings, clubhouse and pool, maintenance building, and a snack shack, which would serve the golf course. Again, Lot 5 has been in place for over 10 years, since November 3rd, 2015, and the size and the configuration of Lot 5 is identical to the boundaries that were established by plat in 2016. The property that you see here was zoned RM24 with the PD overlay in 2015. It remained such until the adoption of the new code in April 1st, 2025. At that time, it became R4 high-density residential with a PD overlay. You've seen this page before. The new code established a 16 unit per acre minimum density requirement, which this project satisfies. We have 16.2 units per acre. I would point out that the new code defines density by reference to a net density, which subtracts certain undevelopable lands. In this case, there are 5 acres on Lot 5 that are excluded from the determination of acreage. And as the staff can tell you, the result is that this project only barely satisfies the minimum density requirements of the new code. So if you do some density comparisons and coming in at the low end of the density spectrum is appropriate for this project because as your staff report that you have in your packet illustrates, there has always been intent for Lot 5 to be residential and to have a transition to lower density. So the image on the right-hand side is, I believe, a 2015 era conceptual rendering that showed some of the very early ideas of the development of the Jayhawk Club. You can see the residential transition to lower density reference here. So if you look at the fringe apartments on a gross basis, they had 20.5 units per acre, and on a net basis, 22.7. The second apartment project come in on the east side of Birdie Way is 20 units per acre gross and net. And then Lot 5, because it's 17.32 acres and there's 200 units, the gross density is 11.5 units per acre. Now that's just informational. The code defines density by reference to net density, so that's where you get your 16.2. But you can see the transition downward. The reduction in density means that there's, in percentage terms, a reduction in 43 or 42% gross and 28 to 18% net. Also appropriate, I think, is to consider the height of these buildings. The fringe apartments, the height of the structures there were 53 feet 8 inches. The Birdie apartments were 41.5 feet high, but the buildings proposed for Lot 5 are only 35 feet high. So in percentage terms, that's a 34% reduction from the fringe apartments and a 15.5% reduction from the Birdie apartments. This is a project that has a lot of economic benefits to the city. Now, of course, it's kind of outside the Planning Commission's scope to consider economic decisions, but as the governing body, this is entirely appropriate for you to consider. And so if you look at the trend over time, the Jayhawk Club has become a major benefit to the local tax base, even more so if this project is approved. The Alvamar Golf Course only generated approximately $181,000 of real estate taxes in 2015. In over 10 years, that revenue has grown about 5-fold and now generates over $1 million per year in real estate taxes. That picture improves yet again if the project is built, because approximately $700,000 additional real estate tax dollars would be created. That would be about a 10-fold increase over the last year of the Alvamar Golf Course. Real estate tax creation is certainly massive, but it's not the whole story. The construction of this project would generate approximately, or about over $2 million of sales tax, of which about $380,000 would be to the city of Lawrence. The project will also be required to pay various fees, building permit fees and the like, which the owner estimates to be about $850,000 of fee revenue. And unlike a development that's requesting tax increment financing, industrial revenue bonds, or other economic development incentives, this is a straight-up deal with no cost to the city. The neighbor concerns about storm water runoff was a hot topic at the Planning Commission meeting. This slide shows the before condition. As Sandy mentioned, Lot 5 is located on a ridge and approximately 5.2 acres of land, and water that falls there runs west to the neighborhood there that you see on this map. And to the southeast, same kind of story. There's a ridge, and about 5.3 acres of land creates rainwater that runs toward these residences here. The new code requires new development to avoid aggravating an existing drainage problem. And this slide shows that the PDP satisfies the code because all of the impervious surfaces on Lot 5 are engineered to drain away from the current location. They go more to the northeast to an established drainage, detention, and retention area. So the mere construction of the improvements on Lot 5 would reduce the number of acres contributing to rainwater down to 4.3 acres to the west and 4.5 acres to the east, more or less. But the owner wants to do more than this. The slide shows additional drainage improvements proposed on both sides of Lot 5 that significantly, if not entirely, eliminate the drainage concerns of these neighbors. To the west, the construction of a berm and swale system will now convey rainwater away from the residences and into an existing stormwater collection system to the north. The construction of the project would enable the owner to reroute certain cart path locations on the southeast side of the property, and in so doing, they would divert most of the remaining rainwater away from the homes located to the southeast. This slide summarizes the reduction in acreage in the before and after conditions. So I believe in both cases, when you start at 5.2 or 5.3 acres and you get down to 1.4 or 1.5 acres, It's approximately a 70% reduction. This owner is so determined to address the drainage issues raised by the neighbors to the west of Lot 5 that the ownership group had multiple meetings with all of those neighbors, and in collaboration with those neighbors has already undertaken the proposed drainage improvements. My client's motivation for this work is to be a good neighbor. The promise was made that the work would be done by today, and that promise has been kept. The city is aware that this work has occurred. They've met with the owner's contractors and representatives yesterday, and they allowed the work to be completed. There's no question about whether this work will happen or not because it's done. I'd also point out that the land where these improvements were made are not located on Lot 5, and they're not technically part of the PDP application. What you're looking at is above and beyond anything the code would require. Access and traffic was the other issue that neighbors raised concerns about at the Planning Commission level, and as a condition of approval, a cross-access easement must be dedicated here, which is fine. You can see the location of the access drive. There were some images that suggested it would come in here, right here at the cul-de-sac, but no, it's a little further north. The owner's proposing 3 new traffic calming devices, 2 on Birdie Way, which was a private drive, and a 3rd on Crossgate Drive, which would be made pursuant to a right-of-way permit. These 3 speed humps are in an effort to mitigate concerns about vehicle speed and, I assume, discourage cutting through from Bob Billings to Clinton Parkway. This is a table from the traffic impact study that the city's approved. The traffic impact study estimate that the project will cause less than 1 new car per minute at each of the ends of the development during the morning and afternoon peak times. In the morning, it's about 1 additional car every minute and a half. In the afternoon, it's just a little bit more than a minute. But again, the staff reviewed and approved the traffic impact study, and if you have any questions about it, Mayor Dodd's here, he can answer those questions. This has been discussed a little bit, but the project will require the construction of approximately 3,500 lineal feet of new additional water line to connect residences along Alvamar Drive, which is shown here. This will create, for the first time, a looped water line for those residences. With the length of those improvements in terms of lineal feet and the fact that we're probably dealing with some rocky subsurface conditions, the owner estimates that the cost of this work will be approximately $500,000. This is a public improvement project. It'll be paid for entirely by the owner at no cost to the city and pursuant to city specifications. The City of Lawrence would benefit greatly from this project. It's the exact type of development that your adopted comprehensive plans and brand new development code call for. You would see meaningful increases in the tax base, while neighboring properties would see even further improvements to stormwater drainage. The city gets new water lines, new fee revenue, and additional traffic calming. In exchange, the costs of the city are none. I would note again that this is not a rezoning application. Lot 5 has the zoning it needs in order to proceed and meets those requirements. Lot 5 is the same today as it was in 2016, no bigger, no smaller. My letter goes into greater detail, but the factors that this body reviews when considering a PDP as set forth in the code are satisfied. The improvements to the west of the project are the result of many meetings with neighbors and with their full knowledge and I believe their support. Even so, none of those improvements are technically part of this application. The city granted the existing zoning in 2015. When it adopted the new code in 2025, a new zoning district was created there too. And I believe that every single planning commissioner acknowledged during the September meeting that this application meets all the requirements applicable to this zoning district and PD overlay, including those set forth in the new code. I believe that a majority of the Planning Commission decided to vote against the project because of the drainage and traffic issues. And since that meeting, this owner has taken steps or is proposing to take steps needed to address those concerns, even though they go beyond the technical requirements of the code. So the question really isn't like a traditional zoning where you're being asked to give a developer something. We already have it. The question is whether you want to try to take it away. This code, the new code, dictates that there has to be 16 units per acre, and we're at 16.2. This new code that we've adopted has projects like this in mind. For all those reasons, we're asking all of you to approve this PDP this evening. I thank you very much for your time. I'm pleased to stand for any questions that you have.
Any questions for the applicant at this time?
No, thanks.
Just a quick question. I know that in the staff's report, it says that there needs to be more clarification as it relates to the scope and the restrictions for the maintenance building. Is there a reason why, I know this is preliminary, but if it's just the maintenance building, is there a reason why it wasn't, that the applicant didn't feel like he needed to make that very explicit in the?
In terms of it being limited to a golf course use?
Right.
I would look to Sandy here to ask whether that use of the maintenance building was always required to be part of the golf course use, and I think that's always been the intent.
Coming over here so you can hear me. To be very blunt, we have had challenges over time with the use of specific buildings in the overall Jayhawk Club. We felt it was prudent to make a declarative statement about that specific use for that building. It's intended for maintenance, it's intended for housing golf carts, is my understanding. What we don't want to see is that it's somehow converted or subverted to some kind of retail or other kind of use
Because that
on the property.
happened before.
We were not specific enough in the past. We are choosing to be explicit this time.
When you say in the past, does that predate 2006 code?
It's the 2006 code.
Okay.
It has to do with previous preliminary and final development plans for other phases of that project.
That may align with the special use.
They were submitted as one thing, and the building permit came in as something different.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you, Matt. I have questions later for Sandy or Matt. Okay, this is a public hearing item. Members of the public can come forward and have 3 minutes to speak. Hey, Mandy?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Mandy Enfield, and as president of the University Place Neighborhood Association, I am here to express our full support for the residents of the Alvamar neighborhood. Tonight, you are being asked by Mr. Fritzl to override a Planning Commission recommendation by approving a 200-unit apartment complex in the heart of the Alvamar 18-hole championship course. I'm not sure why this piece of land is being described as vacant and not in use. I was standing on it 2 weeks ago today, and people were actively playing golf. So that is confusing to me. We are here asking you to deny this plan, as it represents further deterioration of the course and the surrounding homes. Since 2015, commissioners have heard the same message from dozens of neighbors about significant and damaging drainage issues. This proposal follows the closure of the 9-hole course 2.5 years ago, which removed a critical neighborhood asset and stripped millions of dollars in equity from adjacent homeowners. As you will hear from others this evening, continuing to dismantle this green space threatens not only the golf course, but property values, stormwater security, and long-term neighborhood vitality. Homes downhill from this project have already suffered erosion and stormwater failures following the earlier course reconstruction. Those same neighbors rightly believe the damage will only worsen if construction moves forward. This brings us to trust. For more than 20 years, Thomas Fritzl has been involved in repeated illegal actions. These actions have cost taxpayers money, consumed city legal resources, and eroded public confidence. He has made promises to neighbors about mitigation and stewardship, yet his record shows broken commitments, violations, and disregard for community impact. Even now, he is awaiting court action regarding a recent floodplain disturbance permit violation. And another violation is currently under review for work done just last week. The Planning Commission opposed this development, citing drainage, infrastructure, traffic, and emergency access risks. I ask you to do the same. Strong, stable neighborhoods are central to Lawrence's identity. The Alvamar residents are asking you to protect the open space that defines theirs, and to recognize that trust must be earned and not assumed. Please vote to deny this proposal and put a hard stop to Mr. Fritzl's attempt to shoehorn a large development into a space that cannot responsibly hold it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commission. I have a rare video that they're going to show where I agree with the Planning Commission and Mr. Rexroad, so you ought to be able to watch this. And I agree with the Planning Commission and them to vote no on this action. And Pam Burkhead 66044. I think somebody's going to play it.
I think Cook has it.
Yeah, Kurt does have it.
Here we go. It's down to a civil matter between property owners. You know, not tonight. It's not. That's just the purpose that we have tonight. We're to look at these things. They are a part of the decision that we make. That comment makes some sense when all of the property owners have the same rights. The neighbors don't have rights. The neighbors are counting on us. We're the only ones that represent them in this. So I just want to make those points. Sorry for the long monologue there, and I'll stop now. But just want to share those concerns. I will be voting no based on that concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Yes, Commissioner Miller.
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Rexroad's comments and concerns, and I join in many of them. I too am skeptical of this application. I intend to vote against it. Infill is always tough, as we've seen. I have concerns when there's a large project being shoehorned into a tight space amongst existing development. I think, as we heard from the public this evening, there are a variety of concerns, some of which are likely to be addressed in the development of the final plan, some of which might not be. And as Commissioner Rexroad noted, it's imperative that we get it right, because we won't really have another opportunity to revisit some of these issues. I also go back to, there was a comment made by a member of the public that what we're looking at is a 200-unit development that's off of a parking lot, off of a private drive, that's off of a parking lot. It seems that we're dealing with a nesting doll of development here, but the largest component is in the middle somehow, and that gives me concern from an infrastructure perspective, from a safety perspective, emergency services, et cetera. Even if it's checking all the right technical boxes, edging right over the line. So I do have concerns there, and I intend to vote against it.
So note his words. He's the only one representing the neighbors. Please give neighborhoods a voice in this. So we've invested in our homes and included our neighborhood environments. We'd like to keep them the same. Thank you.
Hi, Tim Hamilton, Lawrence, Kansas. And I wanted to piggyback off of the comment on the drainage issue. First of all, I'm an economist, and in economics, there's been a long idea of what's called spillovers, and that is negative consequences that were sometimes unintended. And the rule has always been that a business should pay the freight for the damage they cause. And that's why you have excise taxes, right? That's why we pay sin taxes on alcohol and our tires and gasoline and so on and so forth. To approve this and then have damages down the road is going to cost a lot of money. And I wish I had been here when the Compton project came up, because I would have said the exact same thing. When you have excess drainage and then the citizens are going to have to pony up $30 million to solve that problem, that comes on us, the taxpayers. If a project like this is going to be approved, there ought to be a bond or a chunk of money set aside for those damages, so that when that happens, the taxpayer isn't the one having to fit the bill for those damages that are coming down the road. And at least the Planning Commission, who's very well schooled on this, fears that this is a very likely possibility in this. The other thing I would like to address on this specific issue is one of transparency, because I understand that there were ex parte communications with commissioners and the developer in this particular case. And we as the citizens, we just want to know, what are the conversations about? The scuttlebutt here is that lawsuits might be threatened of the commissioners. And I would just suggest a little background if that is the case. I'm not saying that is the case. But if that is the case, if you're an elected city commissioner and you're not getting sued, you're probably not doing your job. So I wouldn't let that be a fearful consequence. You got city attorneys that are on staff to handle those things. So please, if you would, take into account what is going to be in the best interest of the community, which I think you will, and consider the possibility of a chunk of money, a bond, a big bond, 80 million, 100 million, set aside so that if this project goes through, there's money to pay those damages. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Sandy Prager. My husband and I live at 3601 Quail Creek Court, informally or formally known as the Oasis. When the golf course went through its extensive redesign in 2017, we, along with others along Quail Creek Court, experienced a significant increase in stormwater runoff. We had to spend approximately close to $20,000 installing French drains and build a drainage canal to carry the water through our property on the south edge and into the adjacent creek. Part of the redesign of the golf course added a concrete golf cart path adjacent to the back of our properties along the south side of Quail Creek Court. The design of the cart path has funneled water onto our properties, and that golf cart path also crossed the adjacent creek. We had a city engineer come out and look at the cart path, and he said to adequately accommodate the water flow from the creek, it would need to have one or more large drain pipes. That didn't happen, and the water would periodically pool up and onto the southern edge of our property, and also, because of the way the water was running off, also backed up into properties up the hill from us. Eventually, the pressure from the pooling caused the cart path to be washed away because the expert advice had not been followed. It was subsequently rebuilt with larger pipes, and sometimes while there is some backup, it's not as bad. Our concern, though, going forward is twofold. Number one, that perhaps corners will be cut again when the development proceeds, and that more water will be funneled into the creek and pooling will once again threaten our properties. I know we've had drainage plans and reports looking at this, but water has its way of going where it wants to go. Our concern is that the more the development will increase and cause more potential water issues for us to have to deal with. We know there have been reassurances, and we've heard tonight that the drainage increases will be contained within berms, retention ponds, and et cetera, but our experience has taught us that sometimes things don't always go as planned, and we're concerned that we're going to be facing these water runoff challenges over the next several years and could potentially have significant increases in the cost of dealing with those issues.
Time.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Commission. Thank you for allowing me to come in here today. My name's Eric Bloom. I live in the neighborhood. I just tried to walk across the golf course the other day, and I saw the new berms being put in with some large equipment. Wasn't aware of why that was happening. I was kind of wondering if there was even a zoning permit allowed to happen with some of those things. I live closer to the other side of the cross gate where there is a maintenance building now, where I can constantly see building that's bigger than the one that's proposed, that has excess number of tractors and other dilapidated things, burn pits, wood chip pits, pretty unsightly situation that has long been the situation of the existing maintenance building that I haven't heard anything of what's going to come with that. I would think that any plan would interestingly say what if we needed a new maintenance building, would the old one be somehow reclaimed back to something that could be used? I do want to say that I think I heard shoehorning something in here was an interesting plan. I think instead of Lot 5, which seems like a pretty boring ass name, this is the Jayhawk Club. We could call this the shoehorn plan. It also could maybe have a couple water hazards during the two pools that are there. We could have a hole on top of each of them. We could call them the Sandy traps. We have Sandy and Sandy Prager. Maybe some sand that could be in their backyards. The golf course is basically our backyards now. And I think most of us who live in the area would like to think that even if this is a project, we know that the Birdie apartments happened. We know that the next round happened. We know that this has happened. And there's going to be a fourth until we all live in the same big sandy trap. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jody Cox, and I purchased and moved into a townhouse on 1902 Crossgate Drive in June of '21, and pretty much had a wet lawn ever since. So, for many different reasons. So my first problem came like in August, and it was a damaged French drain that I had to have repaired, and that was on the south side of my driveway, and it cost $3,500 because I also had to landscape below because the water still kept running down to the sidewalk. So rocks were put there, and flowers and plants got lots of water. So the same thing kind of happened in the spring of this year, only this time it was in the middle of the yard. And I think I found out why I was having all that water in there. I got a new landscaper who put it in his contract that my grass would be dry, and he did that. So, but he dug a hole like 2 to 3 feet, so it was way below the other French drain. And when he did that, he found out the drain, the French drain, was actually in an underground spring. And I think you guys got a video of that spring. It's active. It was flowing pretty fast, and he was able to capture it with a new French drain, thank goodness, but it definitely was active with beautiful clear water. I wish we could use it. The cost of that was $1,700, half of what I paid for the other guy that didn't do it. So there are a lot of other muddy areas in the golf course in my neighborhood, and my neighbors did tell me when I moved in that it was probably from underground springs, and I do think that's part of a big problem of the mushy grass. And I'm just afraid about digging up the land might disturb some of those springs, and then, of course, there's going to be more problems, and I hope there aren't. I did have a rainwater runoff problem from the golf course in July of '24. Unfortunately, we had about a 5-inch rain pretty fast, and it knocked down my retaining wall. So the water went down in my patio. So I knew something had to be done differently. So I did have a very nice retaining wall put in that does help. It has drains in it, and the water flows out at a slow pace and doesn't flood anything, but it did cost $38,000. So, yeah, I put a lot of money in so that the water doesn't flow in my yard. So it is perfect now. It's working great. So, and I do really appreciate the work that the Eagle company has done. They do have the swale done, and...
Time.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melinda Ball. For the next 3 minutes, I'll be conduit for Jack Bell. I can't make it tonight. Jack Bell and his family live at 2100 Greenbrier Drive, which overlooks number 7 Green and number 9 T-Box. Even though Eagle LLC, 1968, the entity that owns the Jayhawk Club, was scheduled to be in court at City Hall this past Tuesday, December 2nd, for violation of land disturbance from spring of this year for running earth-moving equipment in a floodplain without a permit for land disturbance on the land that was formerly the first hole of the Albemarle Country Club. His crew started work just a few days before the court appearance with a bulldozer and backhoe on the land behind Jody Cox, Bev Billings, Sarah Dreiling, and me, Jack Bell, all of whom are here tonight and concerned about drainage. They did not have a permit, and on last Friday afternoon, December 5th, they were told by the city stormwater manager and code enforcement manager that they should get a permit. It remains to be seen if they will be cited for a second violation for the same offense and have a second court date set to deal with it. In addition to that, they did not put the swale, a low or hollow place between ridges or berms, in the right location, and my neighbor, one house to the south, Mr. Dennis, I apologize, Katzfey, an accomplished home building contractor currently operating in Houston and Los Angeles, but who built 45 homes in the Quail Run school area for over 20 years ago, had to come out and explain to the crew that they should move the berm so the swale would be effective. The first swale had standing water in it, and as it did not effectively drain, and he asked them how they would drain it. If they replied they would run a pipe to the edge of his yard and let it run off its property. When Mr. Katzvey told them that was not allowed per revised land development code, and as a result of his pushing back an expert manner, they agreed to do a redo and do it the next day. One of the requirements to land disturbance permits is to submit a plan by an engineer showing how sediment from the work will be contained, as well as the flow of water. They had gotten the permit. Had they gotten the permit, they could have done it right the first time. Had Mr. Katzvey been out of town for an extended period of time, he would have come home to a flooded basement. For the record, I, Jack Bell, have never told Mr. Fritzl I was in agreement with his proposal. So if he said that it is his thank you.
It's tough work.
Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Scott Robinson, 4210 Nicholas Drive. I'm the president of the Albemarle Neighborhood Association, as many of you know. What you may not know is that I'm an emergency medicine physician for 31 years at LMH, and for over 10 years I was the medical director for the Lawrence Douglas County Fire and Medical Service. Before that, while practicing emergency medicine in California, I served as medical director for an 8-county regional EMS agency and medical director for Metaflight of Northern California, a regional air ambulance. Suffice it to say, I'm the man your mom told you to wear clean underwear for. But enough about me. I'm here to talk briefly about safety as it pertains to the apartment complex development being considered tonight. 17 three-story buildings, 200 units, 428 bedrooms, 394 parking spaces, all funneling onto a single entry-exit road that empties into a parking lot for the Jayhawk Fitness Club and swimming pool, then either Crossgate Drive, a side street with multiple speed bumps, or Birdie Way, a private road with a very tight roundabout. So, does this proposed development meet safety code for apartments with 100 to 200 units where there is only one access road if they have sprinklers? Amazingly, the answer is yes. according to Chris King with the LDCFM, this is the minimum standard acceptable to meet the code. Let me reiterate, these are minimum standards. For fire purposes, sprinklers slow the progression of a fire, but they don't put the fire out. They don't do anything for medical emergencies, trauma, or God forbid, a mass casualty incident. Inclement weather, a stalled vehicle obstructing the single entrance to this complex, or you name it, and your minimum standards don't have a chance of saving life or property. I'm here to tell you that from a public safety perspective, this is a bad idea piled on top of several layers of bad ideas. We have enough high-risk, limited-access properties in Lawrence already. 10-story dormitories, narrow stairways to apartments above downtown shops and restaurants. The list goes on. Why would we be okay with adding 200 units at high risk in an area that should be a low-density conservation easement when there are 50 or more vacant apartments just down the road on Birdie Way? It's certainly not because we're getting affordable housing, because it won't be. Those one-bedroom apartments rent for $1,650. My comments can only touch briefly on what is a real problem waiting to happen with devastating results. Don't let minimum standards and proposed theoretical drainage solutions or traffic observations cloud judgment on what we know and have seen happen already. Thank you for your consideration and your service to the community.
Thank you.
Well, Mayor and Commission, thank you. My name is Brian Minnis. I'm a former Alvamar Inc. shareholder, former resident along the Alvamar Golf Course, and the general manager of Alvamar Country Club at the time of the sale to Thomas Fritzl's group that purchased the club. I'm also a golf course owner. I own a couple prominent golf courses in Kansas City, Dubs Dread and Tiffany Green's golf course, and I'm a golf operator of 17 other properties. I'm just here today. I don't have anything to say about stormwater issues or safety or anything like that, but I do want to give evidence. I heard something said earlier by the proposer about promises made and promises kept. I spoke on behalf of my fellow Alvamar Inc. shareholders and the purchaser at the time when we sold the golf course to Mr. Fritzl's group, that I was asked to make a statement that to the homeowners that live there, that there would be 36 holes of golf today and tomorrow, and that if you lived on a golf hole today, you would live on a golf hole in the future. And obviously those things have changed. I'm quite an admirer of Mr. Fritzl, if you want to know the truth of his development. He builds beautiful buildings, and he's made a huge impact in the Lawrence community. But that is a promise that, you know, has really hurt, I think, a number of the residents, many of which have been longtime supporters, not only of this area but the city, but people that have helped construct and build this city to what it is today. And the one thing that can't be mitigated with money or intelligence, like stormwater issues and safety traffic issues and things like that, is you can mitigate the impact to these long-term residences that are negatively affected by this infill development. And the truth is that there's plenty of opportunity, really, rethinking this. As a golf course owner and developer myself, there are plenty of opportunities to rethink the development of this Alvamar property in the future, the J.L. Club property in the future, that would be massively beneficial to Mr. Fritzl and his efforts to improve the community, as well as for the homeowners, and something that I'm sure that they would support. So I think this particular proposal is headed in that wrong direction, and once you cross that precipice, I'm afraid that there's no turning back, and the negative impact to these long-standing residents that have helped build and support this community is irrevocable. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina McKenna, 66046, and I'm here on behalf of my neighbors.
I'm going to focus on the applicant's history of not keeping promises and the implications. As you've heard tonight, these promises have not been kept, and the city has done nothing thus far to hold him accountable for these promises. Telling 100 people that attended the aforementioned meeting there would always be 36 or later 27 holes dissuaded them from attending the City Hall meeting where Mr. Fritzl got the high-density multi-zoning. This constitutes conditional zoning approval, according to one area attorney, because had these commitments not been made, these individuals would have showed up and protested this zoning change at the appropriate Planning Commission and City Commission meeting. Another example of the tactics that Mr. Fritzl has been telling some or all of you commissioners that he's met with all the surrounding homeowners one-on-one and that all neighbors are in agreement with his proposal. This is half true. He's met with the homeowners. He told them they could pick the trees to block out the lower level of the 3-story buildings. He told them he'd fix the drainage so it would not be a problem by building a berm to create a swale and drain the water from the swale. Tonight, commissioners have heard from over half the homeowners impacted by this, some of whom are also representing their neighbors who could not be here, that they did not agree to this. Lest we forget, 2021 Eagle LLC and King Construction Company were made to spend $384,000 for mitigation bank credits and fines for violating EPA regulations related to grading land without a permit. But obviously, Eagle didn't learn from this, because in addition to above, he installed a pump to move water from a creek to a holding pond used for irrigation, and the Kansas Department of Water Resources made him turn it off this summer. It is not known at this time if they issued any fines or citations. How long is the city going to forgive and forget all these actions that harm others? During the reconstruction of the golf course, he filed a building permit for a cart barn. Mr. Fritzl then proceeded to build an events building using that permit so that he could hold his daughter's wedding in the building. The city planning department speculated that he misrepresented the use of the building because at that time, he would have had to add more parking space for an events center. Then the city decided to let it go and did not require him to build the additional parking space. The planning committee opposes this, and so do your neighbors. Thank you.
Sherry, I have something to share with the commissioners. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant.
I know it all.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would be grateful. Thank you.
Clean those for us. Exactly.
Holly Krebs, 66046. I believe it is important to understand the original rezoning process for this property, which occurred in 2015. The property being discussed tonight was originally zoned RS7, RM12 with a planned unit development overlay. In February 2015, Alvamar Inc. asked the Planning Commission to rezone this area to RM24, a rather dramatic increase in density. The discussion at this meeting centered almost entirely on protecting and strengthening the golf course, and the staff report said, quote, if issues such as traffic, density, compatibility, etc. are adequately addressed, these would be gains to Alvamar and adjacent owners by keeping the golf course open and successful. At this time, the Planning Commission deferred this request and asked the applicant to return with a rezoning request that included a planned development overlay. Before submitting a new rezoning request, Alvamar Inc. met with more than 100 neighbors and promised that 36 holes of the golf course would be retained in any developments in this area. These promises led the neighborhood to believe that preserving the golf course would be a condition for any development on this land, so they did not protest the rezoning request when it was considered again later in the year. In August 2015, the Planning Commission heard a revised rezoning request, and the staff report for that request included a preliminary development plan, which I've provided a print copy of this plan. You'll notice that this plan only includes lots 1 through 4. The area labeled as Lot 4 is now referred to as Lot 5 in the current plan, in the current area that's being proposed for development. When the Planning Commission approved this rezoning in 2015, Lot 4 was identified first as a potential site for 124 assisted living units. But that component of the proposal was removed at the last minute when it went before the City Commission. When City Commissioner Herbert asked if the applicant planned to pursue those units again, the applicant avoided a direct answer. Despite that uncertainty, rezoning was approved with no defined use for Lot 4. In 2016, plans were submitted only for lots 1 through 3, Once again, the documents clearly stated that there were no plans for Lot 4. During final plating, Lot 4 was renamed Lot 5, and nothing further was disclosed about its future. Across 3 separate approvals, Lot 4 was included in rezoning without a real proposal. All discussions of this area focused on keeping the golf course viable, not building apartments, and not building anything else. The development being considered today is only possible because of that decade-old approval. If this request were coming forward now, with shifting explanations, missing plans, and a history of inconsistent representations, Lot 4 would likely be removed from consideration until a clear proposal existed. This project is the result of trust given then and misplaced now. I ask you to weigh that history carefully as you deliberate tonight. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Allison Long, Quail Creek Court, and I represent the Oasis. Many of my neighbors are here today. And really, what I wanted to share, most of the things have been discussed, but really in our area, the impact is stormwater drainage and also concern about the size of the retention pond that's part of the project. We are downstream from all of that. We are the current recipients of a lot of water. Since the reworking of the golf course. We have shared those concerns with the Jayhawk Club. Many of our neighbors have over the last 6 or 7 years, and we've heard nothing until this project came about, and now they're starting to listen to us and asking to try to solve problems for us. We too have spent over $20,000 mitigating those problems, have had problems as recent as last year. So that's a concern to us. The size of the retention pond is in our neighbor, the Penny's backyard. They'll be building that up, a lot more water associated with that. We're just very concerned that the proper studies have not been done with the size of the runoff pipes. Have they worked with the Department of Agriculture and the Water Resources Department to determine if all applicable laws have been applied and listened to in that space? Because truly we are downhill if that dam breaks in any way, shape, or form. Our homes are the funnel for that water. So those are concerns for us. We don't see them outlined in this plan. We see that water, they are proposing to shift water away from our homes, and so we would applaud that certainly, but we see no plans. We had been promised that when the rework was done, that it would be shifted away from our home with the golf cart paths, shifted away from our homes. Instead, they shift towards our home, funnel more watering to us. So again, we're seeing that the things that they told us they were going to do didn't get done. Now they have been reaching out to us and they want to solve those problems, and boy, I hope they do, but we have not seen any of that happening in the 6 or 7 years that we've been having those problems. So we just would like you to really consider the impact to the neighborhoods and the history of what's been happening in that space. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Cynthia Smith, and I'm here to talk to you in my capacity as a former homeowner on the Alvamar course, the Jayhawk Club, and also as the former Government Relations Counsel for the Golf Course Superintendents Association of America. You've heard a lot about the credibility problems of this developer, and one thing I would suggest that you do is have a look at the Clean Water Act violations that he was accused of, and do what I did, which is file a Freedom of Information Act request and have a look at the settlement document and have a look at the work plan. And you can see it was just incredible to me that the golf course architects built this course the way they did. I mean, when I played the course, you could see these wetlands that would just appear in the middle of fairways because they had removed streams that were really necessary and caused all these water problems that you've heard about. So that's just good evidence of the way this developer does business. Like I said, I used to own a property on the course. We put it on the market to downsize, as many people do, and it took us a long time to sell our house because there was so much uncertainty and so much distrust about what was going to happen on that golf course behind our property. We ended up selling it for a lot less than we would have sold it if it was still the Alvamar golf course, I can tell you that. Again, in my role as the Government Relations Counsel for the GCSAA, which is here in Lawrence, my job was made a lot easier because of the value that government put on green space. From the city level, the county level, the state level, Congress, even all the way to the White House. My job was made easier because they valued golf courses as green space. And I'm really surprised that that hasn't come up more as an element in this decision-making. If you look at a map at Lawrence and you look at the 3 golf courses that we have basically in the inner city here, that's a huge amount of green space that makes Lawrence what it is. If you start picking away at those golf courses, and maybe this one might eventually even go away and just become housing, we lose a lot of green space in this community. So I hope that you take those things into consideration. Thank you.
Just hold it a second. You'll go.
Which one of the buttons am I supposed to push?
There you go.
It may already be all the way up. Huh? Good evening. My name is Jim Pottorff. I live at 1929 Carmel Drive with my wife. We've been there since 25 years. And we're on the Alvamar 9. I'd like to make a few observations in opposition to the proposal for the major apartment complex to be built behind the homes on Crossgate and Crossgate Drive and adjacent to the Oasis in the Alvamar neighborhood. As you've heard from my fellow Alvamar neighbors, for more than a decade, this developer has been responsible for city code violations, as well as environmental violations, disregard of protections afforded to historic properties, federal convictions for perpetrating tax fraud in the city of Lawrence, and for violating federal laws on disposal of hazardous materials. In addition, he's not kept the numerous promises he and his architect made to the Alvamar neighbors and to the City Commission that, after his purchase of the Alvamar courses, the courses would continue to be maintained, and if you live on a hole, you will continue to live on a hole. As we all know by now, those promises were not kept, and the Alvamar 9 is now a wasteland of dirt and rock as the sod and soil have washed away from neglect and stripping of sod. At this point, his representatives are asking you to trust him yet again. In this case, they want you and us to accept his promises that he will properly mitigate stormwater damage issues created by this project, as well as address the very significant fire and EMS access issues created by the proposed project. I strongly recommend that the City Commission consider this developer's track record with respect to his past actions and promises. Context matters. This developer's request must be considered in the context of his repeated and inexcusable failures to adhere to law, regulations, policies, and his own promises. I believe everyone here is familiar with the Charles Schulz's long-running comic strip, Peanuts. The request from this developer brings to mind 2 key characters from that comic strip, Charlie Brown and his longtime friend and longtime nemesis, Lucy. How many times did Lucy promise Charlie that she'd hold the football and allow him to kick it? And how many times did Lucy renege on her promise and pull it away from Charlie at the last minute? As I recall, she pulled it away every time. And every time Charlie was left flat on his back and sorely disappointed. In our case, how many times must our neighborhoods and the City Commission give this developer an additional chance to break his promises and to violate the law and policies? We've been left sorely disappointed each time over the past 2 decades, or nearly 2 decades. I believe this developer has had more than sufficient chances with this city and with our neighborhoods. This time his request should be not denied as recommended by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bill Sampson. I live in Lawrence. My zip code is 66047. And coming in after Jim Pottorff, I feel like I'm following the fiddler at the county fair. This commission is entitled to ask, why are these neighbors here? Why do they appear apprehensive? Why do they feel as to drainage promises that corners may be cut? Why are there claims that their houses will suffer millions of dollars in reduction in value, not even addressed, not even hiccuped over by the lawyer for this development? The reason is that we've been here before. This is such a lovely quote that I'm going to try your patience by giving you one more swing at it. "We're the new owners of Albemarle," his representative said to the people who lived around the golf course. "If you live on the golf course, I promise you, you will always live on a golf course." So relying on that promise, which was made publicly, existing Albemarle homeowners improved their property and newcomers bought lots and built homes on them. But Tom Fritzl did not keep that promise. Keeping promises is not high on his list. 9 holes of the golf course are now abandoned by Mr. Fritzl. He would not pay to repair the sprinkler system. Does he care? No. There is absolutely nothing Tom Fritzl has done that entitles him to the approval for this project from this commission. His track record at Albemarle says he thinks he can do whatever he wants with Albemarle and nobody will stop him. But the Albemarle Neighborhood Association cares deeply about these broken promises, and they would like you to care deeply about them too. He's not entitled to have this development. He may move forward with it with his 17 buildings and his 200 apartments and his 400 parking spaces, only if this commission finds it is compliant and gives its permission to allow him to build them. But it's not compliant, and it will never be compliant unless Mr. Fritzl honors his promises, and he has repeatedly broken his promises and broken the law at this very location.
Time.
Thank you.
Any other speakers in the room? Okay.
I kind of waited till the end because I didn't want anybody to trip over.
Okay. Come on up.
You got.
You're fine.
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
I can trip over myself.
Yeah.
Don't start till I stand up.
Okay.
I have to stand up straight before we start that timer.
Okay.
I was a professor for 40 years, so. Anyway, okay. My name is Robert Harrington. My wife is Beth Harrington. We live at 2023 Hogan Drive in Lawrence, Kansas, and our zip code is 66047. That is currently the Masters development. Currently, I say, because why would you call it the Masters if it's going to be gone? That's for golf courses, which I'm wondering if we will have a golf course. Right now, we don't. I look out on sod that they've all ripped up the back. Yeah, it's all gone. And that's what we look out on. We've lived in Lawrence, Kansas, started in 1980, came. I was on faculty at KU for 40 years and just retired not too long ago. I was a professor in psychology. The only reason why I bring that up is because I used a little psychology tonight. So did other people, but they weren't aware that they were. In psychology, you can learn a lot from what people say, and you can learn a lot from what people don't say. If you interview somebody, think about that. Why didn't they talk about that? So, for instance, Mr. Goff, I listened to him very carefully. He represents the Fritzels, but he never used the word Fritzl. I never heard so many words that were substitute for Fritzl, my client, the developer, the contractor. Never Fritzl. Why was that? I know why that was, because of what these nice people said. He's got a terrible track record. When I first came here in 1980, I was talked to about the value of getting a Fritzl house. But back then, it was the father Fritzl. He had a reputation, I do believe, and he cherished it. But it got eroded over time, and I could see that happening over time. Didn't happen in one day, but it's pretty well eroded right now. Now, I also noticed that there are other things that don't get talked about. Like, for instance, what's going on even in the back nine where I live. And Mr. Bloom mentioned about the steel building that's back there. It's a total mess off of Palmer Court. You can go back and check it out. It's an eyesore. So we already have eyesores, and we were talking about, oh, they're going to do this. No, they're not. We have evidence that they're not going to do it. So I'm not sure why we're standing here wondering what he might do. I know what he's going to do. He's going to do what he always does, which he's going to make up a lot of promises, but he's not going to keep those promises, and I guess it's 3:05. Thank you for your time, but please listen to these people. I beg you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Got distracted, Sherry.
I did get distracted.
Hello, David Baston. I appreciate what Randy Larkin said about the de novo, and you might ask him to explain that to you after everybody's comments too, one more time. I know I've heard lots of things about everything Thomas Fritzl does is has problems, and I know there's lots of things that he's done that didn't have problems. I can just list a few, which these are all things that contribute to our tax base right now. Hutton Farms West, Tuckaway, Frontier Apartments, Briarwood, Hawker, Varsity House, Eldridge, Eldridge Extended, and the 123 building downtown, just outside of town, the Barry Plastics Warehouse, which is now AF Alpha, which just those together with what I added up was about $5 million every year that taxes come in on. But, sorry, I had too many notes. Let's see. Yeah, one good thing about this particular project, I know it like the planners say it, I mean, it checks every box. So it's going to bring in another $700,000 in tax revenue, which basically it's what we need in Lawrence, not to pick and choose about different things, but I mean, these projects actually help us fund, our schools, this project and fire station. I know we were $6 million short this year on funding, and just over, 10 years, this one project would have made up that $6 million pretty much. So I do hope that you pass this. The infrastructure too, they're going to do a $5 million water main loop through there, which the city doesn't have to pay for. This doesn't have any tax abatements, no TIFs, no incentives at all. City doesn't have to pay anything, and we are all the time giving incentives to everybody that the city has to pay for years. This one doesn't have it. I just hope you guys approve it. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room? We'll go online then. Sherry, are there any online comments?
We do have a few, Mayor.
Okay.
Jeffrey Hepler.
Hello again, Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. Yeah, I also got lost in my notes, David. You're not alone. I guess I just want to paint a picture for you all. I've landscaped in that particular Albemarle neighborhood for 4+ years in the past. And the amount of force that I've witnessed from stormwater runoff, I have two witnessed homeowners paying tens of thousands of dollars to mitigate this issue. And I've seen this water move boulders that were hundreds of pounds. And I've known homeowners that have gone up above and beyond to help mitigate this problem in their own neighborhood. And so if you think of the cost that's been invested in mitigate this issue, I mean, that might potentially rival tax revenues. Now, I want to say, I don't want to kill this project. I think it's quote unquote inevitable. However, I think that there are issues from the developer, Fritzl, that have not been addressed and promises that have not been kept. The last thing I'll leave y'all with is, in the words of a previous client who had cancer, she'd always leave us with the F. Fritzl. F. Fritzl. Thank you.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I have a couple of points. I want to start with, you talked about parking minimum. I just want to throw this out. I've mentioned this before. I think if you're going to have a parking minimum, I don't think the landlord should be allowed to charge for a parking space when it comes to the parking minimum. So if they want to charge for space, they have to build over the minimum. But until whatever the minimum is, the landlord should not be allowed to charge the residents to park for it. I want to throw that out there. Also, I'm not against traffic calming, but at least I want to see numbers that show that it's actually needed. I'm against building traffic calming. And here's the thing, when it comes to traffic calming, is it to reduce speed or to reduce volume? Because how are you going to reduce volume when no one's cutting through anyway? Like, how is building an apartment complex going to cause people to start using Birdie Way and Crossgate to get from Bob Billings to Clinton Parkway? Like, I think the traffic is just going to be people who already live there. So this problem is not going to be the traffic volume, it's going to be speeding. And if you build traffic calming ahead of speeding, like, you're basically saying, well, these residents are going to speed. And how do you know they're going to speed without them being there first. So I'm just saying, if you're going to do traffic calming, do it after stuff's been built so you can see actual numbers. And here's the other thing. Will the new residents want the traffic calming? Because they're going to live there also. And if you just have the people who are against the residents moving there, just going by their voice without any numbers to back it up, I don't think that's fair to the new people who will be living there to not have their voices heard also when you're doing it preemptively without knowing for sure. Also, I want to throw this out there. Maybe Fritzl should build a miniature golf course so he can keep his promise of having 36 holes of golf there. Also, when it comes to open space, I am against golf courses as being labeled as open space because they're treated with pesticides. They don't allow, you don't have animals building homes on it because what animal's going to want to live on a plain piece of grass where people are hitting balls at them? So I throw this out there because if this is, if we're going to say we're not going to build this because we need the open space, does this mean you're going to develop over on the wetlands? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
There's a public commenter. You can go ahead and speak. It just says user, so I'm not sure what your name is. But if I just changed you to participant or to panelist, please go ahead and provide your comments.
I'm the commenter. This is Bob Lighton. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'm at zip code 66047. We moved to 2018 Hogan, a house that was built by a Fritzl, by the way. We moved there in 2019, and I'm vice president of the Albemarle Neighborhood Association. Professionally, I'm an economist and also an antitrust litigator. Now, my understanding of a legal standard that governs your decision here is that it's one of balancing, that you balance the neighborhood character concerns, including safety, versus the goals of Plan 2040 to increase housing and achieving smart density. This is not a ministerial act. This is a discretionary act under the law, as I understand it. And you don't have an easy job, and so I sympathize with you. So I'm in a position now because so much has been said. I just want to summarize for you the two questions I think you should ask yourself first. Putting aside whether it's Mr. Fritzl doing this project, should the project on its merits alone go ahead? And I'll give you 4 reasons, at least I summarize, why it shouldn't. Number 1, the 2015 zoning process was flawed. It was based on a misrepresentation that the 36 holes would stay there. That's why you didn't have objections in 2015. Number 2, you've heard the neighborhood concerns about excess water, and they've been repeated concerns. Number 3, you heard from Dr. Scott Robinson, the EMS dangers, which are significant, totally apart from the ordinary traffic concerns. And 4th, you heard the shoehorn concern, that the Planning Commission was concerned that essentially this was a nesting doll situation, and that it's basically inconsistent with the character of the surrounding area. I didn't know Bob Billings, but my suspicion is that if Bob Billings were alive today, he would be strongly opposed to this project. Now, the second question you ask is, putting aside the merits, assume that the project goes ahead. You say, well, look, I'll discount the substantive objections. Is this particular developer the right person to do this? Now, normally you wouldn't ask that question, as I understand the law. But in this particular case, you have a long record of broken promises by the developer. And in this particular case, as a legal matter, I submit to you, you can take into account the person's track record, as long as you have a rational basis to draw a connection between the past violations of the past broken promises to the kinds of activity that he would be doing in this particular project. And in fact, that connection is clear. So I think that it would not be unreasonable or imprudent for you to rely for you not to rely on Mr. Fritzl's prior promises. And so therefore, I join with others in opposing this project, and I thank you for your hard work on this matter.
Julie Jones.
Julie Jones, 66047. When I first moved here, I knew no one, but one of the first names I learned public-wise was the name Fritzl, because of prior actions and activity that he had done. The other thing I want to point out is he is, to me, the type of personality, and this is based on my teaching experience, where he will go ahead and do something and ask for forgiveness instead of permission. The Almar homeowners who live on that golf course have been majorly screwed over by him going in and ripping it up just to make another buck. You need to look at his behavior and his actions and know that it will be a constant struggle and fight with him, because he is the type of person who will ask for forgiveness rather than permission, but he'll go behind your back and do it anyway. Thank you.
John Lintham.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, John Latham, 66047. Yeah, I kind of listened to all the stuff that I'm hearing, positive, negative, pros, cons. I don't think you need to even consider the pros in this matter, because you already have enough issues you're dealing with, especially with water mitigation and work being done to mitigate water problems, much less let a new development take place that might actually generate more water mitigation needs. I don't think you're doing enough serious oversight and executing the oversight needed for what's already going on. So I would urge you to consider that very carefully. Otherwise, you might actually be making yourselves complicit with something that could get even worse. That's all I've got to say. God bless you all.
Jared.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Jared Johanning. I'm at 66044. In an email you were sent yesterday, you had a link to a video from March 2016 showing previous city commissioners and the then city manager listening to Mr. Fritzl's representative, architect Paul Warner, continually promise there would always be 27 holes, and he just needed approval for a site plan for which the money would then be used to support and maintain the golf course. Also, when approving the high-density multifamily zoning for the 2 apartment complexes that are currently flanking Birdie Way, the planning commission was willing to make an exception because of low density on the surrounding golf course. Mr. Fritzl has told many, including some city commissioners, that he doesn't care about golf or a golf course, and one can conclude that his goal is to drive golfers away, so he can say there is not enough demand for 3 golf courses in Lawrence, and then just develop the entire golf course property into residential areas. As part of his plan to develop this apartment complex, he has shared with members that he will be reconstructing 8 of the holes east of Crossgate Drive and Green Drive Drive. This has driven many members to quit already, rather than suffer through another 2+ years of course reconstruction and another 3 years of waiting for them to get grass growing everywhere, fixing the drainage, etc. Remaining members who didn't endure this from 2017 to 2023 may hang around for a while, but they too will dwindle away while playing the remaining 10 holes in a mud pit. Over the past few years, Fritzl has destroyed the Albemarle 9 by removing sod in bulk, leaving bare dirt in the fairways and in greens. The proposed reconstruction of 8 holes on the championship course will continue this degradation by neglect of the Jayhawk Club golf courses. This degradation is a clear and present danger toward an eventual closing of the Jayhawk Club golf course, as many members have recently quit and others are awaiting the outcome of this very meeting. Closure of the Championship 18 will cause hundreds of other neighbors to lose millions of dollars of property valuation in their homes, which is the biggest asset for many households. This golf course is the anchor institution of the Albemarle neighborhood, and this open green space functions as its neighborhood park. Open space and parks in all neighborhoods, such as Hobbs and Prairie Park, need to be preserved. Unfortunately, this open space is Albemarle, which makes the neighborhood complete and faces an existential threat from this proposal and Thomas Fritzl's actions. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, no other comments. We let the developer make any closing comments. Matt, do you have anything to add at this point? Do you have anything to add, Matt?
Thank you, Mayor. I think one of the most important parts of this meeting began at the early stages of it when Mr. Larkin read to you what the standard of review is, and I believe he said, and I encourage you to ask him again, that if you find that the PDP application is in compliance, then you must approve. You've heard an awful lot of things about the past. You've heard a lot of things about other parts of the course in the Albemarle 9 and things that have nothing to do with this PDP application. And if the standard of review, as Mr. Larkin says it is, that if it meets the standards of the code, which we believe it does, then you must approve. So I'm pleased to stand for any questions you have, but I think that may dictate a lot of what your decisions are today. Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission. Would commission like a break before we? Okay. So yes, we will take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back with questions and discussion. We'll return at 8, let's see what time is it, 8:12, so 8:22. We ready?
Amber looks
Oh, Amber, you're right. Oh, okay, we'll bring the meeting back to order. Okay, so bring it back to the commission and questions for staff, applicant, or comments?
Yes, please. I would request that Mr. Larkin advise us again on exactly what we are deciding.
Okay.
It's been a long road since you last said it.
So Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, this is Randy Larkin. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, this is a preliminary development plan. And under the city code, it's very similar to a site plan. And it is a ministerial function. That is, if the applicant meets the city code, then they are entitled to the approval of the application. On the flip side of that, if they do not meet the city code, all those criteria that Sandy set out earlier in her presentation, then you cannot approve it. You have to deny it. So basically, you're finding whether or not it meets the city code or does not, and then your decision is kind of made for you at that point.
Thank you. When we talk about meeting city code, just in general, our developer had a traffic study and a drainage study done. If we are concerned about the viability of those studies, how do we manage that?
That's up to you. I mean, it is your duty as commissioners to find the credibility of the witnesses and the testimony and the evidence that's presented. And you look at that and you can believe, disbelieve, or whatever you believe, as long as you have a reasonable basis for making that decision, and then you make your decision on that basis.
Okay, thank you. I do have an additional question. Do we have any of our city engineers present, available?
Yeah, you want traffic or you want water?
I'll throw a blanketed question out there.
Okay.
Initially, and then I may hit on storm. What is the review process when any developer comes to the city and presents their own study? How are we confirming that?
Sorry, I'm short.
No worries.
So I'm going to speak to you about the process. The engineers that are online include David Cronin, who's the city engineer, can speak to traffic, and Kyle Gonterwitz is also online and can speak to you about stormwater. So the development process starts with the applicant submitting the necessary documents for review by staff. They're required to submit technical studies prepared by professional engineers. That's their consultant. They submit those documents to staff. It goes through the regulatory review process that we engage in. We contact about 30 to 35 different review agencies. Different agencies are looking at these different studies as well as the plan itself. The traffic study would have gone to Municipal Services and Operations engineering team to look at the traffic study. Was it professionally prepared? Does it meet the industry standards for what a traffic study is supposed to be, what is included? Staff will review and comment on those things if something's missing, if they did part of an analysis but not all of the analysis, and the same goes for the stormwater as well. That study is prepared by the applicant's engineering team or their design professionals. It's submitted to city staff, has to be professionally prepared, and it has to meet the city's stormwater criteria and show how that project is meeting those design standards. There are times where we can approve a project with conditions, as we did with this one, that stormwater study and the plan be revised to show some additional notation for clarity and expectation as we move into the next phases of this project. This is a preliminary development plan. The hard engineering actually comes with the public improvement plans, showing that those projects are going to be fully compliant with city's engineering design standards. That's as far as I can go in process.
Just to quickly address something you said, and you said it prior, I want to confirm this, that the public improvements are an administrative function. Like we approved through the administration, it does not come back to the elected body?
That is correct.
Okay.
Dave is on.
Okay. Mr. Cronin, you can speak to the traffic study. Let's go through that, please, and then I would like to go through the stormwater as well.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I reviewed the traffic study that was prepared by the developer's professional engineer, traffic engineer, Meredith Gavechi. In short, it met our requirements for a traffic engineer, or for a traffic impact study. The trip generation, the intersection capacity of the adjacent intersections, and level of service for those intersections. So I would be in agreement with the traffic engineer's recommendations from the study that included traffic calming, which, as what has been proposed, it would be adequate to meet that recommendation, in addition to the signage to not queue up in the intersection at Crossgate and Clinton Parkway at the frontage road. So those were a couple things that were noted in the study as recommendations that I would also agree with. So yeah, I've reviewed the study and approved it with no other revisions.
This may be a silly question, but does the timing of the study in this particular case make a difference? Like if it's done in the winter versus the summer?
That's a good question. So what we typically do here in Lawrence for our studies is we look at peak hour traffic on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, which are kind of our normal, what we call our normal traffic days during school. So while school is in session, I believe the study was done in April on a Tuesday. The traffic counts were, so that would meet our standards for what a normal traffic day would be while school's in session and on a Tuesday. So we also look at, what we do is the engineer will go out and get traffic counts. We look at existing traffic volumes and capacity. Then we look at existing plus development, which would be the, in this case, the additional trips that are generated by the development. And so there's a method, depending on the use, to come up with the average number of increase in trips based off of the units for this, in this case, for the apartments. And then we take those volumes and look out 20 years into the future for future traffic and see if there's any additional mitigation that is needed with future traffic, assuming a steady growth rate. And so all of those steps were followed for this study. And even with the future traffic, there was no other additional improvements that were needed based off of the criteria and the trip generation that was used for that.
That was really good, Mr. Cronin. Thank you. Can we move over to storm now? I'd like to talk about the again, the credibility and viability of the storm study, the drainage study that was submitted, and any concerns with, I mean, we're hearing a lot of things as far as drainage concerns, and I want to hear that our city engineers don't have any concerns.
Kyle on?
Yeah, and Kyle Gunterwitz is on now, and he's the one that reviewed our the stormwater study for this, so I'm going to let him take the lead on this.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, I mean, we have the drainage study requirements are spelled out in the stormwater management criteria. Those apply to the lot being developed. I think there are some other existing conditions around this lot impacting adjacent property owners, and those issues came up for you tonight from residents, and they also came up in the planning commission meetings. And you know, those are kind of outside the development and the purview of the drainage study for this development of this property. So I'm just looking at the drainage study, and that it shows where stormwater is going. There's requirements for allowed runoff rates and other requirements in the drainage study that are met by the developer's engineer with their drainage study. And there were some other conditions, like when they develop the detention pond, that the detention pond will need to be in a drainage easement, and it will have a maintenance agreement provided. So those are some of the conditions that were put on the drainage study.
And did you say, is it a wet or dry pond? Detention or retention? I forgot.
What's proposed in the drainage study is a dry detention pond, but there is a wet pond already existing to the north of where that dry pond was proposed. And that it is a preliminary application at this point and a preliminary development plan, and things could change if there would be an improved drainage study upon further engineering of the project for public improvements.
Thank you, Kyle. I may have more. I need to absorb that. Thank you.
No questions?
Yeah. To go back to the traffic study, I went through the Planning Commission, their entire meeting yesterday, or actually was that this afternoon. And so when you look at what's happening off of Crossgate, so on Crossgate, you're going up, goes to a rotary traffic circle, something like that, then you go to a private way, and then you're taking a right onto basically the ingress to this area. And so if you had, my question's around EMS. And so if you had an emergency in building K, for instance, so somebody's going to come up Crossgate, they're going to go to this rotary, they're going to bang right off this private way, they're going to go down here, they're going to have to bang a left and bang a right again. Is that a lot of, so one, I guess, what does the city engineers think of that? It just seems like you're going to be going through a maze to potentially save somebody way down on this plot.
Yeah, so our fire and med department has standards for requirements for the number of units and requiring second access. I believe from Sandy's presentation earlier that they've met those requirements. Obviously there's, if you're coming from the south, there's one way in, and if you're coming from the north, there's one way in. Either off Bob Billings or off Clinton Parkway, you're using Crossgate or Verde Way. So I'm not able to speak to the amount of time it will take the fire department to get there. That would be something for Fire and Med to weigh in on, but from my understanding, the plan that is proposed met their requirements.
And where you ingress and egress from this property, is the elevation higher than Crossgate at that point?
The elevation of the access point?
Yeah.
Higher than...
And so here's my question, because this came up in the Planning Commission. It's if somebody comes out of this property, is there a chance that somebody's going to be coming from Crossgate? And I mean, these are all college students. It's not like they're going to be the best drivers on the road. Coming up there, bombing up that road, and then somebody's going to be at Birdie Way taking a left, or it could even be a golf cart crossing that path and not see this added traffic as it comes up into this area?
Well, I think the access point has adequate sight distance to and from the Birdie Way or the private street. And so, yeah, there will be more traffic. There's more traffic, there's more chances for conflict. But based off of what's proposed with where the access point is, I don't see anything that's too alarming as far as sight distance for a normal traffic point in and out of the driveway or the parking lot onto the private street.
And do we have, so, it was brought up by two local leaders in the Planning Commission. They said it was like a thing of nesting dolls. I think we heard that tonight, that there's a single access point, parking lot, private lane, single lane, stuff like that. Is that a normal construction around town, or is this unique?
I don't know if I could answer that. I don't know if anything's, I think every project is unique in its own way. So, I don't know based off of the scale if this is any different than any other developments. I mean, there is essentially access north to an arterial street and access south to an arterial street. So from that perspective, there's it's not just like a complete dead end, one way in and all the way to get to the development. You can come in off Birdie Way from Bob Billings or from Crossgate. So that, that's kind of typical for other similar developments that, it's between two arterial streets with a street in between to access it.
Two more questions for you, and then, like Commissioner Polian, I'll probably just chew on it for a little bit. So when you go up Crossgate and you go through the entire property, do we have a lot of properties that are, or a lot of roads that are split by properties like this? Because you have to weave through the parking lot to get to the other end of it. It's not like you're taking a street and then you get off and you egress that street to a development. Is that unique in the city? Because someone had mentioned that in the planning committee meeting too.
Yeah, I would say it's fairly unique because it's a public street that turns into a private street that turns back into a public street.
Okay. And then the last question I had for you right now. So at the south end of the property is Bishop Seabury. So you have a high school right there. There's concerns and questions about the backup that comes from Bishop Seabury into this area, specifically around having a lot more college students that may be going down, egressing to the south. I just want to ask, did the traffic study incorporate that data into what the effect would be for Bishop Seabury and that school?
It did. The traffic data looked at the queuing of the intersection, the signalized intersection there, Clinton Parkway and Crossgate. And I believe the additional traffic, the result was that was going to add, on average, an additional vehicle queuing at the intersection. So right now there's space for probably about 4 vehicles between Clinton Parkway and that frontage road that goes to Bishop Seabury. And so an additional vehicle or 2, the study recognized an additional vehicle or 2 going southbound may queue up in that intersection with the frontage road, and thus the recommendation was made to put a sign up to not block the intersection. So if you're coming south and, there's already, say, 4 vehicles queued up at the intersection, a sign to discourage people from queuing up in the middle of the intersection, instead just queuing up to the north of that frontage road intersection.
Okay.
So it wasn't a significant increase. I believe it was just an additional vehicle on average in the peak hour. And so that was a recommendation that was in the study.
Okay. And actually, one question on water. There was somebody had spoke earlier about around the Oasis, that area, that there's a potential that in the future, if that area gave way, that basically their entire property would be washed away. Did we, as part of this overall study, work with people in that specific area to understand what the risks could be for them?
Can you, I don't understand the question. Who said what?
And sorry, was it Miss Long? Yeah, what, can I ask her to restate her question? Is that okay, or is this for us?
It'd be okay if you, can you restate the?
Oh, yeah, and so my question is for you. Is it right to say your question or concern was, has this plan taken into effect the area around the Oasis, that if there was a water issue to the south part where you guys live, that it could in fact just wash away basically everything that you guys have built to restore?
I think that's a challenge or a question that we have, because I think this refers to some of that area that's outside of the actual project itself, but it certainly has impacts. If you're building that retainage pond, the dam is going to be higher. It sits above our homes. All of this sits above our homes, so any water impact is coming down our way. And we're not sure, from what we understand, that the preliminary drawings did not have sufficient piping flow. So we're concerned because we don't know.
Gotcha. And so if you heard that, I guess the question is, did we, as part of our city's analysis on this, did we look into that, or was that outside this part of the plan?
Is the Oasis, is that referring to Quail Creek Court and Quail Creek Drive?
Quail Creek Court, it's the double cul-de-sac that sits directly to the east of that area.
And so this question is about the existing pond upstream of Quail Creek Court. And that is not a detention pond that was approved. I don't have a drainage study for that pond. I don't really have a lot of information on that pond. I've discussed it briefly with the developer's engineer, and I think he's took a look at it and has some thoughts about it, but that is mostly outside of the scope of this development.
Still very problematic.
Yeah, but it's still, if I may, it's still going to have an impact, right? I mean, it may be outside of the scope of this particular project, but are we not trying to take into consideration the entirety of the impact? I mean, feels fairly irresponsible not to.
I mean, if that's a question for me, it exists.
It is.
Today. So, I mean, if that is a situation that can be improved on, and, you know, that have that pond provide the detention and retention for the site and be more robust, I think that would be good to look at for this development. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a follow-up. In my career, I can name 4 residential areas off the top of my head that developers came in and caused significant drainage issues, and at that point they were already gone. One of them was defunct. When you analyze these studies that any developer does, let me ask this so I make sure I'm framing it correctly. Are we taking into consideration maybe additional storms, higher levels of rainfall, bigger, more volatile storms that are coming in? Some would call it climate change, which I would, but I don't want to offend anybody. Have we changed our standards over time, or what do we have here?
Like a climate-informed approach, I think is the technical term for it.
Okay.
I think we're looking at those, you know, with the latest development code, we have increased our stream corridor setbacks, but we have not yet changed our allowable runoff rates for development. We're still looking at the 100-year storm. I think our path forward is to look at additional detention for 10-year and 2-year storms, and not controlling. You know, we're not looking at 500-year storms for design.
There are analysis, and the MSO department has worked with researchers on potential impacts of climate change and planning for resilience in the future, but we are not currently or planning to change our requirements for this. And that would be mostly, I assume that would be mostly geared toward the development closer to the floodplain.
Sure.
In most cases, but it could apply to detention as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Commissioner Dever, what did you call that again? I'm sorry.
Climate-informed approach.
Okay, thank you.
Taking into consideration
Right,
changing,
right.
More rainfall, more flooding, elevation changes in general. So yeah, that's the EPA's version of the federal government's version of how to do what you're just describing.
Yeah, right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Questions from this end?
Sandy, I have, because we don't have Chris King on, do we?
I don't believe so.
No. So I hate to give you these fire questions, but these fire code questions. So because this is sitting at 200 units, it does meet the exception within the code. It's part of the exception. My question is for the other two developments that are on Birdie Way, since they're more dense, what did they pass with only having one access point? Because technically they have two, I guess, in that point, because they have Birdie and Crossgate, but.
So a couple of things to know about. The northern portion of the development certainly was developed under an earlier set of codes, and I think there were actually some earlier set of regulatory codes from the fire department.
Right.
The segment of Crossgate Drive at the very north, where it intersects with Bob Billings Parkway, originally, the earliest designs had Birdie Way was part of Crossgate. It extended up. There is a private street where there are a number of houses there. I've drawn a blank on what those are. And that street, it's a very narrow street, and it intersected to Bob Billings Parkway. As we looked at this development early on, that street segment was not going to work for this development. So that's why that public street segment got added, got constructed. There's a roundabout at the north end so that access could still be served to those couple of developments up on north of the Jayhawk Club piece. I don't have any recollection from those two phases that access was a problem. It technically met having two access points. Crossgate from the north and Crossgate from the south. So it met that requirement. This project is in that similar vein with meeting, as it was stated by one of the speakers, does this meet the minimum requirement? It does.
Yes.
That has been the design standard that we look at. It does a project when we're assessing traffic. Does it meet the traffic study requirements in the city engineer's review? And does it meet the requirements from fire prevention as a minimum standard? If the commission's prerogative is to require a secondary access, we did look at a potential review for a second access within this project when there were more units associated with it. It would mean a design change to the project. It brings in a second access off of Crossgate, and as I recall, it kind of wrapped around and then came down. So you still end up at a point where you have a point at the north end of the development itself, and that becomes the only way in and out for those units on that property.
Okay.
Okay, but you're still coming from north or south on Crossgate.
So then my question is for or the proposed design, since I guess it's not considered a dead end. So is it the idea of the turnaround ability, is that because it can wrap around, go around the complex? Or?
Turnaround for a fire means that they have to be able to get into that farthest point.
Right.
And be able to get to within particular distance of buildings.
Right.
So they, in the preliminary development review, they have met that design intent.
Okay.
We're going to look at it again with the final development plan and with building code if we get that far with building permits specifically.
And then, I don't know, is Matt still here? Is Mr. Goff still here? I just had a quick, just kind of a clarifying question. I'm waiting for her.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, hold on. Because I was reviewing. I think it was your letter. Yeah. Okay, so in your letter, when you go down to I forget what page it is, but the standards of review, I just wanted a point of clarification. So under standards of review, under number 5, adequate circulation and access can be provided. In that first line, you say because the project has fewer than 200 units. Was that a Freudian slip, or do you expect to have less than 200 units?
Exactly 200 units.
Okay. That's all I got.
I have a question for Dave. And I think this came up at the Planning Commission. I'm sure it did. I just want to make sure the answer's right. If the if the traffic study required, or we suggested there had to be a stoplight at Bob Billings for this project, is that something we could require even though it's off-site?
Yes. Yeah, so that, like, the Birdie Way Bob Billings intersection was looked at with this study. And so there's different criteria for warrants of a traffic signal, and if one of those warrants or several were met, we could require the installation of a signal.
Now, if 5 years from now we decide we want to have a traffic signal there, at that point, would it be up to the city to take care of that as opposed to the developer?
Yes, if it was after the fact and we decided at the time it wasn't warranted, and then for whatever reason that intersection warranted a signal in the future, it would be the city at large pay for it.
Okay. Thank you.
I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was wondering whoever might be online could speak to the notations on the plats, the preliminary plat, the landscape design plats, the various articles in our package today, which speak to conservation easements that are located on the eastern border of lot, what is called 5 now. Lot 5's got 2 conservation easements that are dedicated in book 1215, pages 3714. Can somebody speak to me about those conservation easements and where they came from?
I'll give it a little bit of a stab. My understanding is that those conservation easements were part of a remediation response to work that had gone on in the floodplain development permit. I could have some of that wrong, but they do exist. They are part of restricted areas development cannot occur in those spaces within the development.
So these were added at some point in time, not as part of some of the discussions that happened in 2016 when the commission asked for conservation easements or set-asides or some sort of urban reserve be notated on the plats in the future, which didn't happen from what I can tell. But these aren't those, because I remember speaking to those issues in 2016, and they were against conservation easements. In fact, Paul Warner didn't want to even use those words for whatever reason, but I see them on the plat now. I was curious why.
So I think that's where they came from. As my recollection of the conservation easement was trying to establish some portion of the remaining golf course area as a conservation easement. And it is difficult for staff to respond to activity and land that is outside the boundary of what we're specifically being asked for, asked to be considered.
I just remember when I was reviewing the notes that they mentioned that there would be the City Commission, 3 commissioners specifically asked for, demanded, and requested that these areas be either easements or set-asides or urban reserves put in place on lots 4, at the time was called Lot 4, and Lot 3, the remaining portions of Lot 3. And so I figured maybe this was in response to those requests, because I do know that it was contingent on their approval of this PDP back in 2015, at least the agreement, the rezoning agreement, where they went from all residential to the residential commercial use or office use that they got placed on there. So those conversations were all related to Lot 4, which is now this called Lot 5, and then Lot 3, which is adjacent to this area. So I was wondering why these were placed on here, because I hadn't seen them in the previous versions, and I thought maybe they were mitigating that request. But indeed, you're saying that this is simply a mitigation for illegal or some sort of ground disturbance in the past?
That's my understanding of the situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have reference if you wanted information from the EPA and the Original World article that has.
Yeah, thanks. I did look that over. I just wanted to try to tie them all together. Thank you very much.
Okay, other questions, comments? I would note as we start a discussion here that I think those review criteria, I'll start on page 13 of our, or 12 of our packet, A through G. They all, of course, are applicable. It seems like what we've heard most tonight, I would think maybe B, C, E, and G would be ones we'd want to talk about, but, and then just a reminder of the 3 possibilities, well, I guess technically 4 possibilities. Accept the denial of the Planning Commission with 3 votes, approve the plan as it exists with 4 votes, approve the plan with modifications with 4 votes, or refer it back to the Planning Commission with 3 votes and telling them what you want to look at. So we have comments, thoughts?
Yeah, I would probably just say one more thing.
Yeah.
So, today, I went through and watched the Planning Commission meeting, and during the open comments, I was happy to see that, there was a video from Planning Commissioner Gary Rexroad, and that really struck out to me. It was like 2:50 into the meeting, and he said something. He said, "The neighbors are counting on us, and we're the only ones who represent them in this." I think tonight we've heard from residents who've shown years of stormwater damage, tens of thousands of dollars of personal damage, and at the Planning Commission, safety concerns on Crossgate and Birdie Way. I believe that there is inherent risk around road safety to this project, similar to the Planning Commission. But there's something else that needs to be said. That gentleman who spoke in the public comments hit on something that I completely agree with, which is people live around anchor institutions. If you live in Pinckney, you live around Sandra Shaw Park and the hospital, in East Lawrence around the stadium, around Hobbs Park, North Lawrence Lions Park, and where I live over by the Nature Center. 10 years ago, the applicant told the people of Albemarle that if they lived on a golf hole, they would continue to live around a golf hole. This broken promise has metastasized over the past decade. And when we see what this does to a neighborhood, we see, what happens when schools are closed or when anchor institutions are threatened. People are upset, and this is what you see from people at Albemarle today. I find this no different than what happened to me in my neighborhood at Prairie Park 3 years ago. I do not believe the character of this neighborhood would be served by this project with this fundamental promise still broken. I see no reason to overturn the Planning Commission and will be voting to accept the Planning Commission denial.
Okay.
I have a question, Ms. Day. If we accept the denial and Mr. Fritzl wanted to come back again, what are his options after this?
Your action, if you deny this application, that closes this process.
Okay.
I suppose they could seek recourse through district court. That's their choice.
Okay.
They absolutely could come back with a different design and resubmit as a new application. They are not held, I don't believe, to, you can't resubmit a rezoning for the same district within 12 months, but that would not be applicable to this. They could consider rezoning the property to a different zoning district or perhaps a less dense zoning district and resubmit a new development plan with that. So there are certainly options that they have to consider moving forward.
One last thing. I think for the public and maybe a little bit for myself, when you add density, can you create additional stormwater issues? Do we find that? And that can be for Kyle or Mr. Cronin. But when you add, if you have more density, you're likely going to be affecting your drainage. Is that an accurate statement?
Our stormwater criteria is more based off of the impervious surface coverage of the site. So if you're talking about density of impervious surface, then yes. But if we're talking about density of humans occupying the buildings, it's not necessarily, going vertical would create more of the density with potentially less impervious surface. So
okay,
that's sort of the relationship we look at.
Okay, thank you.
No.
No, sir.
Sorry, we're closed with public comment. We're at the commission station now. Go ahead.
Again, I have stated I've seen in my career where I've seen especially residences get kind of railroaded by drainage issues, and they're just left holding the bag. I have significant concerns about the drainage in this development. Yes, we met the standards, but I again have 4 developments where developers met the standards there as well. So I do not believe I believe I will be accepting the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Okay. Commissioner Dever?
I'm still looking.
Okay.
I'm still trying to put together because I'm just gonna not necessarily spitball this. This is where my mind is going with this. I'm just not a fan of this project. I think this is where you have something that is grandfathered in other, has that legacy piece, and whether it's intentional or not, I can't speak to that, and I'm not going to speak to it. We've heard about the promises and whatnot, and I think this is the second thing where we've talked about promises that's come up that's had a common denominator, but again, that has nothing to do with the piece in front of me. What my concern is that yes, according to the August 2025 version of the 2021 International Fire Code, it does say there is an exception, because it says that multifamily residential projects having more than 100 dwelling units shall be equipped throughout with 2 separate and approved fire apparatus access roads. And then the exception, which the regulator in me is just like, this is horrible, where it says projects having up to 200 dwelling units shall have not fewer than 1 approved fire apparatus access road where all buildings, including non-residential occupancies, are equipped throughout with approved automatic sprinkler systems and so one, because of this exception, it does put the developer, the applicant, on the hook that all of the buildings, so the shack, the maintenance, everything would have to have approved automatic sprinkler systems. My concern is that that's looking at it standing alone. And again, in context to the other pieces, which, and I get it, I get it. It's taking a very skillful knife and kind of slicing through. So if you look at it standalone, it does meet that. We're looking at this, but this is part of a bigger unit. And so in that case, it's the same thing with any type of regulatory with license. There could be exceptions, but when you increase risk, then yes, you need to go back to the original. And the original says that anything with more than 100 dwelling units should have 2 separate access approved zones. So I would not approve this on the fact that I believe, because of its relationship to the other lots, a part of the entire property, it needs to have a second access unit for safety, for that fire safety perspective. That's for me. So if we were to remand this back to the planning commission, it would be for that. But I mean, I would want the applicant to come back with another design, because I don't like the design, period. And that's a whole other thing. We could talk about infill. You guys have heard me go on about, when I go on, educate, inform, and enlighten everyone on how infill projects are good infill projects. But I'm looking at this design and not trying to use language that was used earlier today, because Sandy, I love you. We're not going to sand trap nothing. You are not a trap. Wonderful asset. I take offense to that. Sandy's one of my favorites, and if I don't, I won't tell you. But honestly, I think this is a design that really takes liberties at some of those exceptions, and the fact that it has that grandfathered piece to it. And, you know, when you do that, it does get a little bit sticky, and I think the applicant knew that when this was coming in front of us. But I think at this point, you can't look at the bare minimum. You need to look at the investment, and you're investing in people. And if I was going to pay, I wouldn't be, one, I can't afford to live here. So I don't have to worry about having a stake in this, but as a commissioner, my stake is that there are going to be community members living here, and if they knew that they were paying $2,000 to live in an apartment where the bare minimum was some automatic sprinklers and one access road, I would be like, that's not worth $2,000. So, and I'll just stay where I'm at. So, but that's my piece. I would remand this back for the design, because one, they either need to decrease the units so that it sits well with that one access point, or we need to find another design that includes that second access point.
Yeah.
Commissioner Dever?
I think for a variety of reasons already discussed this evening, that I would be willing to honor the planning department's original recommendation, which is to deny this as is, and
Planning commission.
sorry, the planning commission's decision to deny this. They're 4-3. Was it 4-3? Is that right? 4-3. 4-3 decision to deny this, and mainly on 2 bases. One, it's safety. I'm concerned very much like Commissioner Sellers in this egress and ingress for firefighting. We have unique topographic conditions in this area. There's ridges and valleys over. You just can't cut through another yard in order to bring emergency services in. You can't come in from the other side. We're literally isolated and have created a safety concern from emergency services, while simultaneously putting up to 500 people in a spot, which with one in ingress and egress, I feel like that's not our job to try to shoehorn this in. I feel like it's our job is to provide the best possible safety concerns as well. And then ultimately the stormwater runoff, the mitigation, I'm really not satisfied with either what I've heard from the developer's representative on how they're going to mitigate the stormwater runoff from the western portion of Lot 4, and I'm also still concerned about the eastern portion of Lot 4 and the increased stormwater runoff to that portion of the site and those neighbors. So in light of the failure to satisfy the planning commission and their review, and also my review, is I don't feel comfortable from a safety, stormwater perspective, and also from an overall policy planning standpoint. I understand we should allow this or could allow this to happen. However, given the planning commission's recommendations, I don't feel comfortable doing so at this time.
Okay, it sounds like we have 3 votes for denial. Let me ask Randy if you're still available. You know, I probably, while Randy's getting on here with his phone, I'll just say I would have probably sent this back for more examination at the Planning Commission. But Randy, you've heard our discussion here. Do you need more specific findings as it relates to the criteria? Would you like to bring it back? How would you like to proceed from here on this point?
Yes, I mean, this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Mayor, that's a good question. The criteria is what governs, And I think there's been some discussion regarding how it does not meet some of those criteria, and that the commissioners have found that to be the case. Maybe just a little elucidation, but other than that, I think we're fine.
Okay. I would only add, for the purposes of clarity here, I think I've heard concerns about A, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the density and the anchor tenants. Heard some comments about B and the consistency with the PD standards, including new and creative concepts in urban design, and preservation of environmental and historic resources, in this case environmental. I think C is adequate public services and facilities to provide. And we certainly heard some comments about that related to stormwater, which is one of those public services. And then I think E, adequate circulation and access. We've had comments about that from several commissioners. And then G, some comments about the maintenance and conservation of common area space. So I think we've heard those. So I would just get those out there from my notes. So I'd look for looks like, based on what I've heard, I'd look for a motion to accept the Planning Commission's denial of this item, DB 25-005.
Do we need to note that it's going to be sent back to look at the criteria?
No, I think if we deny, it's not being sent back.
Deny and go back?
Deny.
Yeah.
Well, I move that we accept the Planning Commission's, why am I drawing a blank?
Denial.
Huh?
The planning commission.
Except the Planning Commission's denial.
Sorry, I'm telling y'all, it was his stomach and now it's my stomach.
Sorry.
I'm so
Planning
sorry.
Commission's recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Lord have mercy. I move that we accept the Planning Commission's recommendation for preliminary development plan DP-25-005.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Second.
Oh, second, sorry, second. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Second. Moved by Commissioner Sellos, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Passes 4-1.
All right.
Okay. Well, luckily, item 2 was deferred.
Just getting started.
And so we're going on to item 3. Yes. One second. Yes.
I just wanted to say thank you. This is my last city.
I know, we have to.
Wow.
Thank you, by the way.
Thank you.
It's been an honor.
We appreciate you, Sandy, and all you've done.
You know, what I don't appreciate is that she was here last time. We're still talking about that.
How many years ago?
10 years ago.
He was here
We
25
said
years.
we'd never be back here again, and here we are, 10 years.
Okay, if we could
Yes.
clear the room, we have 3 more items to go, so. And we'd like to get moving on the next one. Thank you all for being here.
You could talk over him.
And the next item is going to be a change order related to the Jayhawk Watershed District.
Consider authorizing.
Doesn't seem to have the same interest.
No.
What?
It doesn't seem to have the same interest.
Even though we're spending
Okay. I think Nick is here somewhere. I saw him earlier.
He's on the other side of the crowd.
Oh, Nick has to come through the crowd.
It's like, this is kind of what I'm thinking in the future is if there's any undevelopable piece of land, people will figure out a way to get in there and put a road in, and then there'll be one way in and one way out, and we'll have set a precedent, right? This is kind of what we would have done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Point, and that's something I really, you can't plan for a little thing and then incrementally add stuff.
Nick, you've had your coat on this whole time, now you're taking it off.
We could come in from the golf course with another road, right?
And I mean, that's what the planning commission.
Okay.
You have to take weird.
I guess we did lose Commissioner Sellos for a minute, so why don't you can get your
You can proceed with
PowerPoint up.
Oh, good. Something non-controversial.
Oh my gosh.
And I got you to honk. Nice.
This is week 2. Yes, exactly. Start counting how many meetings you have left.
After we were elected, I definitely sent her back. I was like, only like 1,490 days to go.
Exactly. Okay, we are ready to move on to technically item number 3. Item 2 was deferred, and this is to authorize related to change order for Kissett Construction on the watershed Middle Reach Infrastructure Improvement Project. And Nick Hoyt will be presenting for us.
Thank you, Mayor Finkeldye. My name is Nick Hoyt. I'm an engineering program manager with the MSO department and project manager of the Jayhawk Watershed Project. A lot going on with the project, so I want to just take this chance to give an overall update on the project, and then we can talk about the specifics of the change order. First, I'd just like to say I grew up in Old West Lawrence and walked up down these streets a lot, and it's been an honor to be project manager of this. It's really complicated, and it's been a lot of fun. It is complicated, though. So, let's see. Space down. Or do you control this, or do I control it?
Depends if you want control or not.
It is a bit delayed.
Yeah, it's not. Oh.
There we go.
Okay. So I'm going to go over project history, quick what's going on with the current status of the project, some changes, and then touch on the future project. Like any complicated situation, you got to start at the beginning. I really love this picture. I've always liked these pictures since I was a kid. Noticed things like, oh, there used to be 2 bridges. But in this situation, what I find interesting about this drawing is you can clearly see a ditch that runs between Tennessee and Kentucky Street that then turns west at about 8th Street, runs through Old West Lawrence, and crosses 9th Street at about Indiana. Unfortunately, this might be the most accurate drawing of where the storm sewer, where the storm sewer was built. Because in 1911, before 1911, there was just a generally natural creek there. There was a cholera outbreak, and they very quickly filled in that creek with a storm sewer and then buried it. So the first comment about that is you see less area there with a filled in creek than before, so less conveyance than the natural creek. Then they proceeded to build around that. So the Old West Lawrence neighborhood and the commercial district on 9th Street has been growing around this storm sewer for about 115 years. That has created 2 problems. So one is that there is city infrastructure on private property with no defined easement or no defined right to maintain this infrastructure. Here on the map, on the bottom left-hand side is 9th and Indiana. The storm sewer goes in front of Owens Flowers, crosses underneath the current Fork and Tumbler, former Joe's Bakery building, kind of winds through the 800 blocks of Louisiana and Ohio, very close to several buildings in between them, and then crosses underneath 812 Ohio Street.
And Nick, I'm sorry, is that green? I'm just having a hard time seeing. There's a green line?
Yeah, that kind of thick green line that's crossing through the neighborhood is the location of the existing storm sewer, the old storm tunnel.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Thanks.
The other problem with the storm sewer is flooding. So this is just a simple readout of the hydraulic model we built of the watershed. There's a lot of flooding, mainly north of 9th Street. 9th Street, south of 9th Street has quite a bit of grade to it, so water generally flows down the street. In the 800 blocks, there's several sumps at each alley and on Ohio Street and Louisiana Street, so those areas flood, and then the water works its way north into the park. Let's see here. I'm going to go... So I'm going to play a movie here called...
Nick, you actually have to share it. You can't just play it.
Okay, so I need to...
Go to Zoom, green button at the bottom that says share, and then cue up your video. Sounds easy.
Here's... Okay, so this video is going to start, it was taken in June of 2019. The video starts at 7th and Tennessee, and then the car is moving south on Tennessee. You'll see like the basketball courts on the left. It was taken during about a 5-year storm event. Let's see if this one. So that's now turning south on Tennessee.
Whoa.
That's looking at the basketball court. And then looking south again on Tennessee Street. So 2 comments on this. So one is just the volume of water. I'm going to play it again. The volume of water coming out of that neighborhood and just down Tennessee Street. So all that water is kind of inundating that 800 block. The second thing is we have lots of pictures of the park flooded. What I really like about this video is this is video of it flooding, right? And you can see that water coming over the curb and down the hillside there, right? So if that park wasn't there, there would be nowhere for that water to go, and it would flood up into the neighborhood across the street. Let's see if I can go to this. Oh wait, Kurt. In about 2019,
You're in presentation mode.
I'm sorry.
In about 2019, the city was paying off quite a bit of stormwater bonds from projects that were done in about 2000. We were also looking at raising rates and developing a new CIP, and that is when the Jayhawk Watershed project really kind of came to the top of the heap of a project that really needed to be done. The first thing we did is we completed a hydraulic study and a model of the entire watershed. That, with the results of that, we broke the project into 3 main reaches. The lower reach, which is roughly 8th Street to the river, the middle reach, which is from 8th and Tennessee to about 9th and Indiana, and then the upper reach, which went up to 10th Street. The lower reach really doesn't, we completed 60% design on the lower reach and the middle reach, because we didn't want to do the middle part of the project and get to a spot where we couldn't get to the river. But really the lower reach, all it really does is reduce flooding in the park, right? And it didn't seem right to spend all our eggs and still leave the storm sewer under all those houses in Old West Lawrence and have the flooding problem in the neighborhood. So it made sense at that time to really focus in on the middle reach. But with that being said, like what the modeling showed is doing the middle part of the project first is basically getting the flood water that was coming down Tennessee. It's still going to end up in the park. It's just going to be in a pipe and then be in the park instead of coming down over the street. Overall, it's a unique concept. Most stormwater projects start downstream and move upstream because you don't want to start upstream and then create more problems downstream. But with the modeling and the way that the park is situated, it seems to make sense to do the middle reach first. So this is a cutout, a cross-section that we developed during public engagement that showed where the infrastructure is on 8th Street and where that new storm box was going to go. And this is really helpful to just understand the impact of what it was going to do to put the new storm sewer through the neighborhood. Now it's pretty easy to look down 8th Street and understand that this is an impactful project. But we determined we couldn't put the new storm sewer at the same depth as the old one because there's 100 years of utilities kind of wrapped around it. And we would basically be relaying every sanitary sewer in the neighborhood to get it unwrapped from the storm sewer. So then it's like the new storm sewer is generally deeper. But once we understood the impact of just fixing the storm sewer, we then moved forward with a final design plan that used a corridor concept to let's fix a lot of things or everything we can in these couple blocks if we're going to tear the whole thing apart. So there's a water main on Tennessee Street that's from 1916 that's being replaced. There's a lot of sanitary sewers that kind of had really bad grades and other problems that were wrapped around the storm sewer that we're replacing. The road diet and lane reconfiguration on 9th Street, safety improvements on 9th Street, replacing traffic signals, ADA improvements, and pedestrian crossing at 9th and Louisiana. So all those things kind of got wrapped up into the stormwater project. We bid the project, the bid last November, awarded by the commission in February of this year. Kissick Construction was the low bidder. They had a bid about $17.3 million. The next lowest bidder was $20.8. So it was a very cost-effective bid from Kissick. Also, Kissick has a very good reputation in the Kansas City metro area of completing large infrastructure projects like this. So overall, we were generally pleased with how the project bid. That initial bid was $17.3 million, and then you can see how the different funding broke out up through the different utilities. So maybe about 70% of the project is storm sewer, maybe that's 60%, with significant portions from other utilities. So then as soon as we started work, the first thing, things didn't go as well. So here on the left is where we were planning to tie into the existing storm sewer. This is immediately west of the city pool. You can see, if anyone went to the pool over this last summer, there's a wooden fence. So you can see that wooden fence in the corner of the picture there. So that wooden fence is going north-south. So that storm tunnel is going much farther east than what we thought before. So here on the right, that green line, once we dug it up, that's where we were able to determine that the storm sewer is. The red line is where we thought it was. So it's basically under the zero entry portion of the city pool. So let's see if I can be a little better at getting the share screen right. I'm going to stop. Share. There we go. So this video is from about 2018, where we walked, we as in not me, but the crew walked the length of the storm sewer from 8th Street going north. We had to do it that way because the way the storm sewer is built, the camera equipment that we use on the south part wouldn't traverse through the pipe. So I'm going to skip ahead here to the 5.5-minute mark. Let's start by here. So now that we're in the portion directly headed north under the pool, for some reason these guys are always really focused down on where they're standing, but when they look up, you will see a large crack running traverse down the length of the storm sewer, and that is the section that's directly underneath the pool. I should also add that zero entry section of the pool is the part that's kind of been identified of having structural issues and separating and sinking away. So that's a pretty good crack right there and some pretty good separation. Okay. Let me go back. So here on the left is an aerial photo of the city pool that was built in the 1970s, and that you can see where the storm sewer is, away from it. In the 1990s, on the right, the city pool was expanded to the west, and that kiddie pool section was then built over that storm tunnel. I guess I would say, yeah. I don't know what to say about that besides maybe they knew where the storm sewer was in the 70s and they lost track of it by the 90s. Hard to say. This is an aerial photo of the rendering of the planned pool renovation. So that kiddie pool section is going to be separated from the main pool and moved just a little bit farther west than where it is now, but basically the storm sewer would run directly under this new new kiddie pool section. So we don't want to do that, I think. So we'll get back into that again later. So a big chunk of the change order, about $2.2 million, is installing a 500-foot 7x7 box from the west side of the pool through Watson Park to the south side of 7th Street. The park would then be, the basketball court would be removed and the park would be regraded to drain into that. The plan would be, if this change order is approved, to be doing this work maybe starting late spring and being completed by the time the pool closed in the summer. The pool project was bid in 2 phases. So this winter they're renovating the bathhouse or kind of indoor facilities, and then as part of the project that's previously bid, the outdoor renovation would be completed next winter after the storm sewer was abandoned. Okay, so then the other big change that kind of happened midstream is the approval of the KU Gateway District, which is at the upstream end of the upper watershed project. So with that district was $14.5 million of money to the city for infrastructure improvements around the stadium or in the Jayhawk watershed generally, as part of a TIF district. So I'm not a finance person, so if we get into questions on that, we'll have to call in other people. But generally, that money will go to improving Mississippi Street, adding to be determined pedestrian, bike, street improvements. And if we're going to do that to Mississippi, we should also abandon the storm sewer that kind of cuts through that 1000 block of Mississippi Street and cuts under several houses on that block. The project as bid, so sorry, this is slightly confusing. South is up, Mississippi Street's on the right. On the left-hand side of this drawing is right in front of Red Pepper, between Red Pepper and Jayhawk Food Mart, where we're tying the new tunnel into the existing tunnel out in the middle of 9th Street. The project as bid just replaced the old storm sewers in the intersection of 9th and Mississippi. The problem with that is if the priority of the upper watershed project moves way up to the very near future, it would require going back into 9th Street and then continuing the project again. So another large portion of the change order, approximately $2 million, is tying the existing tunnel into the new tunnel at the same location between Red Pepper and Jayhawk Food Mart, but installing a new tunnel to the south corner of 9th and Mississippi. So when that upper project is completed, which if I were to guess would be 27 possibly, no large closure or no huge impacts to 9th Street with that project. It would all be south. So kind of summary where we are on the project. Original contract, $7.34 million. There's been approved change orders mainly related to that changing the structures on the west side of the pool. There's some other issues there that are included in this change order for $216,000. $4.6 million of the change order is for those two big, large things. Extending the project south to 7th Street on the north end of the project, and then extending the tunnel to 9th and Mississippi on the south end of the project. And I would say they're about evenly split. There's some bid items that overlap there, but it's pretty close to 50-50 on those two main changes. On the budget, the current budget of the project is $23.2 million. This includes 2.5 of additional stormwater geodebt that was authorized in July, and that was done right when we found out about the pool situation. As part of this action, there's a $2.2 million transfer from the upper watershed projects that's funded by the TIF district to the current project to complete the tunnel up to 9th and Mississippi. Okay, I'm going to take a break there. Any questions on any of that so far?
Yeah, so one question. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so one question. You had mentioned the basketball court was going to be removed. Can you talk more about that?
Yes. So the basketball court is here on the left-hand side, and the storm sewer is crossing, like the new storm sewer is kind of crossing diagonal through it. So it'll basically have to be removed as part of the project. With discussions with Parks and Rec, it's a high maintenance item of where it has to be cleaned repeatedly when it rains and floods. So it was kind of decided not to put it back in that location. I think it could still be discussed if we put a basketball court somewhere else in the vicinity that works right.
So the hole's not going to be there either.
No, the hole will be there.
It'll be there.
Right? We need the hole for the water pond there. I would also say, even if we did the lower watershed and put in a pipe all the way to the river, including under the railroad, and there's an access road right there at Constant Park, we would still want to keep detention there of some kind, because the problem is then what happens if the river goes up, then the whole system kind of backs up. So under no circumstances would I recommend anyway filling in this hole, but Parks and Rec felt like it wasn't the right place for a basketball court to be put back there. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, no, it was the first I'd heard of that. That's why I was asking. One question, I sent you guys questions beforehand, didn't want to surprise everybody. And so, this is a change request that's 26% of the overall project. That just seems high. Is that specifically because, these, large, like 7-foot boxes and something that was found here, or, anecdotally, is that something that happens regularly?
I would say you're right. As a percentage of the project, it is high. But the main difference is it's a major expansion of the project, right? It's not like doing what was bid costs 27% more than what we thought. It's that we want to, instead of doing this, do this on each side. So you're right. It is unusual to have a change order of that percentage. But usually change orders are, hey, this was buried here, we didn't know that, this costs more, and it's normally in the single percentages, but this could be described better as a expansion of the project.
That's a good sale of that.
The scope of the project has changed, right? So typically, I would see a supplemental with that and not call it a change order. You guys are still putting it in front of commissions, so that's good. But just to differentiate, I think sometimes it helps.
By supplemental, So I guess there's several things at play. One is there's a schedule issue of getting the work done without impacting the pool project. The other thing is there is the contractors here and mobilized, and I would think that there'd be significant costs of like stopping, rebidding, and having a complete other separate project. But I'm familiar with supplemental agreements, but usually that's the term we use for engineering.
That's right.
But
You don't have to rebid when you have a supplemental typically, but it's fine, because you guys are still bringing it in front of commission, which is great, right? Which is the most important thing.
Okay. I'm going to go forward. I'm going to talk a little bit about what's going on 9th Street now and just in the last couple weeks. So in the blue here, well, one thing I want to say is we're trying to only impact what we need to and not close down a huge area. So we're starting out with a relatively small closure right between Indiana and Louisiana. Traffic is open on Indiana going north-south, and then on the east side of Louisiana, you can kind of sneak around that box that they're trying to set. So this big hole is that box that's highlighted blue that was installed yesterday. Once that box is set, they're going to start laying that pipe going west, and we'll be able to open up Louisiana a little bit more. All those pictures there on the right are those 6x6 boxes that will go in front of 9th Street. So, like, big picture, there's one crew working on 8th Street installing the box going west. They're getting ready to turn south on Louisiana. The second crew is on 9th Street, also about to work west. And then there's a third crew finishing the water main on Tennessee. I have strong word that the asphalt sub will be here tomorrow, and we'll be able to patch together Tennessee and get that open for the winter. So the first crew will turn south as the second crew is working west there on Louisiana, because that box that I showed the picture of in the slide before, this box on the left, it doesn't drain anywhere right now. It's not connected to anything, right? So depending on the timing of those two crews will depend on if they continue immediately west on the storm sewer and close Indiana, or they'll focus on the sanitary sewers, which are all the brown lines there out in the middle of 9th Street and on the south side of 9th Street. So I really like this picture. They put the excavator down in the trench is to dig under. You can see the clay is a sanitary sewer that's crossing the trench, and then they have the excavator down there in the trench to dig underneath it. But I'm happy to take any more questions, or we could have some public comment and come back to.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Yeah, thanks.
A lot of information. What, you want to have questions for Nick at the moment?
Nick, sorry, when are you I'm sorry, I'm a little blurry-eyed. When are we expecting 9th Street to reopen? And then I'd like to talk about, I will again ask it, when are we talking about 9th Street opening fully in front of, because we've got these businesses there, right? And can we do this in one lane? I mean, I've seen they've got the boxes along the road. I mean, but they don't have to demobilize. They could.
Right. So the current plan right now is 9th Street will be closed into next summer. The work will proceed west from where it is now into Indiana Street and then Mississippi Street. We looked at an option of demobilizing in the spring and basically opening 9th Street for the World Cup, and that would require then closing it again in 26 into 27. We did some public engagement with the businesses and some cost work with the contractor. It would be about $400,000 more to do it that way, and the businesses had a general vote against that, of having two separate closures. we, the overall, we looked at doing basically 4 phases, right? If you want to describe it that way. Like right now it's 2 phases, and that's the way we're going to build it, where there's a full closure between Indiana and Louisiana, let's say from Louisiana to Mississippi, and then that full closure will move over to Mississippi to Illinois. We had looked at doing it as 4, which is basically what you described, where you're working on the south side, working on the north side, keeping traffic on the south side, and then flipping. But the overall length of the schedule would be much longer. And the, so we thought it best to, and I guess the other thing about that is while traffic may be able to get through and drive, let's say, to downtown, there's still a 20-foot trench between them and the businesses on the north side, and it really doesn't help businesses or help patrons get to those businesses.
Plus, it's probably a safety issue.
Yeah, it makes it much harder for traffic and the workers to be safe. Was there another? I can't.
I guess, one thing to kind of follow up on that, because obviously it's important to everybody here for these businesses. Is there even the slightest chance that by the World Cup this could be opened?
The whole street?
Or maybe even just one lane or just something?
The contractors are all on the Zoom call, and we can call them in here. I say no. I think we can get the closure moved farther west and have local access in front of the businesses where it's closed right now, but there won't be through traffic on 9th Street till probably, I'll just say well into the summer.
Okay.
But ask the question a different way, the parking in front of Folk and Tumbler Owens, could that be open by World Cup?
So I guess I'll just say, I think there's lots of things that we're doing to minimize the impact. So one is we're doing our best to speed the schedule along as much as possible. We're keeping the closure short, where we're only working in the closure and not closing multiple blocks. So right now you can, from the west side, you can get to Indiana, and on the other side you can get to Louisiana, and you can get fairly close to the businesses. Once we close Indiana, I do acknowledge that will be harder, and it will require people coming from 8th Street and from 10th Street respectively to get to the businesses on either side. Another thing we're looking at, so once we closed the street, I kind of realized that the city has the biggest parking lot down there. And once you don't have all the traffic on 9th Street, that's where we need to build temporary parking. So we are working on a design to mark some parking in 9th Street between like Tennessee and Ohio to help with that, where businesses can, or where patrons can park there. But yeah, it's gonna be an impactful project, and we also are working on. There's some signage up now, but we will put more up when the only way to access those businesses is from 8th Street.
So one comment, one question. Comment, I drove by there last night. Like, I do appreciate what you guys are trying to do by keeping both sides open. Like, I thought that was, trying to think of the businesses. And then just, if we said no to this, what would be the impact of that?
Well, I believe there are some people on the call from Parks and Rec and the pool, and they would have to kind of speak to that.
Yeah.
I would think if you said no to this, we would build the project as designed, and we'd have to come back with a much smaller change order to cover the miscellaneous items.
Gotcha.
The gateway project.
Right, so that would set up problems for the upper watershed project. I think probably what we would do is, instead of having the new storm sewer go up 9th Street and up Mississippi, it would have to cut through Jayhawk Food Mart by Papa John's and up the alley somehow to follow the route of the old storm sewer.
Which would displace those businesses even more.
that would definitely impact the businesses on the south side, yes.
Fair, thanks. I appreciate you being honest about that, yeah.
Okay, any other questions at the moment?
No, sir.
I'm sure Nick will stick around for potential questions. There's a public comment item. Other members of the public who would like to speak?
Daniel Lowing, 66047. What?
Just have it. It's like 1 minute, and then I can take him to bed. Just want to speak. Is that okay? Is that
Yeah, go ahead. Sure, yeah.
I'm not in charge.
I just have a lot of notes, and we'll be done in 1 minute.
Okay.
I'm here to talk about a problem that Nick just stated about how the basketball court on Watson Park is being destroyed and not being rebuilt. And I think that people really enjoy that basketball court. And I see tons of people of all ages there all the time, doing all sorts of different stuff, mostly basketball though. And there's not a lot of other basketball courts around that area, and since the community building is being closed and the parks, the rec buildings are now with fee, it's hard to get a basketball court to play with without having to pay money. So I think you should rebuild or move the basketball court.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Happy Moore.
Okay.
Gabby.
Thank you. Okay.
And Nick,
thank you for those comments. Thank you for
really
staying.
quick,
Come
Nick,
on up.
Nick, hold on 1 second. Nick, if there's still plenty of time if we want to reinstall that basketball court, correct? We got lots of time. We can talk about it later. Okay.
Yep. Okay, come on. Sorry about that. Thank you for stepping aside.
That's okay. Daniel Lowing, resident here in Lawrence, 66047. Maybe I should give you a little bio piece. I was a licensed construction superintendent in the city and county of Denver. I took an oath for the public safety of everywhere. I ran federal highway at F Island and Havana when I put in a Conoco car wash in Aurora. I ran 85 men in lower downtown Denver on a 5-story timber frame right down by Union Station. This project that is happening right now, coming down Tennessee, all I can think of was when I was a child, and there was a cartoon program, Bozo's Circus. And Kissick Construction is running this show like Bozo's Circus on steroids. They started on Tennessee and 6th Street 9 months ago. I would have been thrown off as a superintendent after 4. The batch plant closed. He says maybe the batch plant open for asphalt. This is sad, so sad. The fire hydrants down 8th Street are wrapped in black plastic bags. Evidently, those are no longer needed. The good fire hydrants, you can't even see them for the piles of debris. This is a direct quote from Kissick's man when they broke ground on 9th Street on the December 1st when the snow. I said, "Are you guys burying pipe on 8th Street?" Direct quote. He said, "No, we can't get our trucks down the side streets to work." Has anybody met the emergency? You have dead-end streets all over West Lawrence. You have piles of debris everywhere. You don't know where the fire hydrants are at. Usually when the emergency crews come in, the ambulance goes first and the fire truck follows. How are you going to start when you load your patient into the ambulance and you're going to have fire trucks backing their way out? No. Kissick? No. They took 9 months to go 2 blocks, and they should have been at Ohio and Louisiana right now, and they're not. They had a crew working on the stadium doing site work. All of a sudden, there's a whole crew of carpenters running around forming at 8th in Tennessee. I said, "Where'd you guys come from?" They chased us off the campus. They're getting ready for the games, so they sent us down here. The stadium took first place over 8th Street for manpower and Tennessee. There's a conflict of interest. with Kissick Construction doing anything on the tear down on the second part of the stadium. They don't have the manpower. The stadium took priority over the street work. And the tenants, the patrons are scared to death. Fear. What should have taken...
Time.
Thank you, Daniel. Holly?
Holly Krebs, 66044. I'm in favor of these stormwater drainage improvements, but I want a moment to discuss the financial element of this agenda item. This year, the Coalition for Collaborative Governance has repeatedly requested clearer tracking of bond revenue tied to specific projects. This change order increases the Jayhawk Watershed Middle Reach project budget 29% from $17.3 million to $22.3 million. This includes transfers of $4.4 million from GO bond revenue, and the agenda item report states that, quote, funds sufficient for these expenditures are included in the fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 budgets and are available from the amounts and accounts listed below. In my communications to the Commission, I asked if this additional money was being reallocated from other projects, or if the city would have to take out an additional $4.4 million in bonds in 2026 and/or 2027 to cover this reallocation of bond revenue. Rochelle Matthews promptly responded to my questions and explained that, quote, the 2025 and 2026 CIP already reflect this budget, and, quote, this is strictly an internal reallocation within the broader Jayhawk Watershed project. She also said, quote, this is not an additional $4.4 million and was included in the updated authorization based on the update after the Gateway MOU. But the Gateway MOU only authorized an extra $1 million for this project in 2026. And I'm only able to find $16.5 million allocated for the Jayhawk Watershed project in the 2025 and 2026 CIP budgets, including amendments that have been made. This includes $6.3 million in the original 2025 CIP budget, a $2.5 million amendment in the 2025 budget, $6.7 million in the 2026 budget, a CIP budget, and $1 million added to the 2026 CIP budget for KU Gateway in October. This equals $16.5 million, not the $22.3 million this agenda item that Ms. Matthews says is already reflected in the 2025 and 2026 budget. This additional money is primarily for repairing the stormwater drainage system underneath the Lawrence Outdoor Aquatic Center. Some of you know me from that project last year. Last year, I presented research to the Commission on several occasions that indicated this section of the system may be significantly damaged and causing the structural damage to the swimming pool that necessitates a $5 to $6 million repair project. I advocated for the coordination of the Jayhawk Watershed project and the outdoor pool renovation in order to avoid continued damage to the repaired pool. I believe this project is critical stormwater repair work and should be done in conjunction with the outdoor pool repair work, and I appreciate this change in the scope of project. But, in spite of Ms. Matthews' prompt and thorough response to my questions, it is still unclear to me how this $22.3 million is already reflected in the 2025 and 2026 budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment in the room? How about online?
None online.
Bring it back to the commission for questions or comments. Nick, can you talk a little bit about the delay on the start of the project? I think it's something.
Yeah. So that picture I showed where they dug the hole on the west side of the pool, that was done in May. There was some delay right there, I would say around 6 weeks, mainly because there was a fiber utility that had relocated, and then when the storm sewer was not in the same spot or where we thought it was, they had to relocate again, and then we had to modify the structures that were fitting on that old tunnel that went east. I would say overall, I don't think there's a lack of manpower from Kissick. They seem to have ample crews, and the concrete crews that came later, it was because the storm sewer had gotten past 8th and Tennessee and farther west. I can't speak to any timing of any other project.
There's also, I heard in one of our meetings about I think you talked about 12 feet a day versus 20 feet a day because of what they're running into in the soil.
So that the area of 8th and Tennessee just has a ton of utilities. The headquarters of AT&T is at 7th and Vermont, and then their main duct banks went up 8th Street to the west. One had to be abandoned, one had to be relocated, but there's also gas lines, several water lines, and it was just a cluster there of utilities. Where they are right now, once they got a little bit west, they're past the power lines, they're past the utilities crossing except for a few water services. So I believe they have been working somewhere around installing 20 feet a day over the last few weeks with the one crew on 8th Street. I will say that overall, I think Kissick is really geared up to hit this project hard. They were planning on working Saturdays when possible. They wanted to work this last Saturday, but they were still getting certain materials delivered, so it wasn't worthwhile. But when weather is good, they plan to work on Saturdays. As one part of the change order, there is a contract language change that allows them to work on certain city holidays, like President's Day and Martin Luther King Day, just because we don't, if the weather's good, we don't want to have idle backhoes there in front of 9th Street. I will say overall, right now the project area is large, right? It's going from 8th and Tennessee all the way to 9th Street, but once it got big enough, there's room for lots of different people to work. I would say on any given day or the last couple months, I feel like there's anywhere from 30 to 50 Kissick employees there at any given time. The three crews that I kind of highlighted in my presentation is just utility crews, and it doesn't count the concrete crews and then the different subs.
Okay. Other questions?
When are we going to have to tear up this road again once this is done? 50?
This road is in 9th Street, or?
As in this entire project, I'd like to tell the community once this is done.
Right. So I'm going to break that question up into three parts. So one is Tennessee Street. So Tennessee Street will go under construction again next year. We will push the traffic to the west side and do the work there on the east side from like the 700 block. Tennessee was on the city street pavement or street maintenance list to be repaved in 27. Both Tennessee and Kentucky are on that list from like 6th Street all the way to 19th Street, I believe. So that is obviously not what we want to do, where Tennessee Street's been under construction most of next year. It'll go under construction again the year after that and then be repaved in 27. That is not what we want to do. So the part of this change order is doing a lot of curb replacement on the 600 block that as part of Kissick's contract. And then we have a plan where the city internal staff will mill and overlay Tennessee from 6th to 9th, minus that kind of, let's say, 200, 300 some feet right at 8th Street that'll be new right now. That the details of that asphalt work that the city will do will be figured out next year. But at that point, Tennessee will be all new from 6th to 9th, and there shouldn't be any more street pavement work for 10 years. I think that's the estimated length that asphalt should hold up. Any question on that?
Say 10 years?
Yeah.
On asphalt?
Well, I think Dave Cronin could, if he's listening, could chime in on that. But
not mill and overlay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would have longer. But
the Old West Lawrence on 8th Street from Tennessee to Louisiana, 800 block of Louisiana, and the north part of the 800 block of Ohio are going to be installed with a permeable brick pavement, which will look historical, like historical red brick, but there's a gap in between that allows the rainwater to percolate down. So that should be there for a very long time. You know, those are local streets and don't take the heavy work. 9th Street will be milled and overlaid from, as part of the current, that's already in the project, milled and overlaid from Illinois to Vermont. So there was a project on 9th, I believe, 2 years ago that stopped at Illinois with knowing that this project is coming. So that would also be a similar situation where that mill and overlay from Illinois to Vermont would be expected to last 10 years.
Okay, thank you. I do have one additional question. Ms. Matthews, would you mind coming up and explaining the funding that was, sorry, yes, please.
I'm happy to. So the budget for this project includes some GO debt funding as well as other sources coming from our water line replacement program, our street maintenance program, our ADA program, and so forth. So the July 1st debt authorization, and I was going to pull up the link in the email that Rochelle did provide to Holly. So it listed that the geodebt authorization amount for Jayhawk Watershed Middle Reach was increasing to 16.35 from the previous authorization of 13.85, so $2.5 million more. But it does say the estimated total project cost is 23.2. So the difference between 23.2 and 16.35 are those other funding sources for the work that's not specifically stormwater or stormwater adjacent. Like we're having to replace the storm sewer only, we would spend the 16.35, but at the same time, we're putting in protected bike lanes, we're replacing ADA ramps. That funding went from other sources because this geodebt is being paid back from stormwater fees, and we don't want stormwater fees to pay for a water line or sanitary sewer. So that's where the authorization comes in. And when we set up the budgets for these geodebt projects, it's based on our authorization. What's shown in the CIP, this change was made a few years back, is cash flow. So we do have a couple columns at the beginning that says, okay, here was the prior authorization for the project. So if you go on the general obligation debt page or pages of the CIP, you'll see a column that says this is, prior authorization, this is any increased authorization as we go through the CIP process. Here's the new authorization. And then it's going to say, for the next 5 years, this is the anticipated cash flow. We put that into the system in January or February. So for the 26 to 30, CIP, we put in our estimated cash flow in January of 2025 to go through the process. During that time, the project was awarded. It got started. There were changes as we discovered over the summer. So there were all these moving pieces. So the CIP got adopted. We did make the change, to add into our anticipated cash flow, this $2.5 million. At the time, though, what we anticipate to spend in expenditures in '25 is our best estimate at the time, and then the rest of those years are cash flowed out. So the budget is based on the debt authorization, and specifically cash can be budgeted in those years, but then the debt, what's shown on geodebt, is shown as our anticipated cash flow. So the same thing in that July 1st, or no, not July 1st, on October 21st, where the 2026 to 2030 CIP was amended to include those projects in the KU Gateway MOU. We added $13.5 million for Jayhawk Watershed and Mississippi improvements, because we do plan to run that as one project, and then traffic calming was another $500,000. So in that agenda item, as Holly did point out, we had an anticipated cash flow for those projects listed out, assuming like what we had entered at the beginning of 2025. So it had in there, originally this was an unfunded Upper Reach project, right? And it had a certain amount for 26, 27, and 28. We did increase some of those amounts to equal the 13.5 in the MOU to match that up. But at the time, we were not sure what was happening necessarily with all this change order. We didn't get the amounts from Kissick on the actual change order amounts in time for this October 21st agenda item. So it's budgeted through the authorization. This cash flow was an estimate at that time. So we will be spending more than the $1 million in 2026. It's going to be closer to $2 million of this funding from the Gateway MOU in 2026 because we're transferring $2.2 million over, and we know the project is wrapping up in Q1 of 2027. It's a lot of numbers I just threw out. I see some people nodding their heads, so well, if there's any questions on that.
I will, if I have additional questions, I will address it because I'm sure we've bored the heck out of everybody right now. So, but I appreciate the information.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, other questions, comments, motions?
Oh, we have motions already?
I would just say that I'm thank you for the, the project. This is a long time coming, but it's a tough project. It's a complex project. I live on 9th Street and I work on 9th Street, and it's not as painful for me by any stretch as it is for the businesses, but I understand what they're going through, and so obviously appreciate all the work Getac is doing, but fast as they can do it, the better. And I do appreciate this change order. I think these both are necessary to really make this project go in the long run.
And thank you, Nick. You are just as knowledgeable and entertaining in person as you are on Zoom, so I do appreciate you doing this presentation. Thank you. Mayor, I move that we consider authorizing the city manager to execute change order number 4 with Getac Construction Co. in the amount of $4,816,108.45 for the Jayhawk Watershed Middle Reach Infrastructure Improvement Project, known as MS-210030.
Second.
So motion by Commissioner Sellos, a second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, that takes us to item number 4, which is the, what?
Just getting started.
Yeah, we still have, halfway through. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And Leah, I don't know what you're prepared for. I think we're ready for the presentation. This was originally considered on the consent agenda. Often these are on the consent agenda. I specifically asked that it come off because I want to talk about one particular project. But given the late hour, I'm happy to hear the presentation, but I only have one thing. I knew I was going to pull it, so I didn't want to.
Just one issue.
Just one issue, but I'm happy for the presentation you want to give.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's great. I mean, you did great work, you.
Thank you, Mayor. Kurt, should I see the mouse moving? Would you?
Yeah, can you just click here so we can ready to go?
You.
Yeah, click your project and share.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Leah Roseland, the Affordable Housing Administrator, and I am joined by the Affordable Housing Advisory Board Vice Chair, Mariel Ferrero. I will briefly cover the goals and processes of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the process for reviewing applications and making award recommendations, and end with a summary of the AHAB recommendations for 2026 awards. In general, I am happy to speak and answer any questions regarding process, goals, sort of the administrative aspect, and then Marielle is here to provide any responses regarding the AHAB discussion, deliberation, and rationale and reasoning for the AHAB recommendations. So just very briefly, per Ordinance 9984, the purpose of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as follows. When reviewing and scoring applications, AHAB members are instructed to ensure that the projects directly align with one of the purposes that are outlined here. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund directly aligns with several city strategic plan KPIs as shown here. I'm going to go through this as quickly as possible. The AHAB has set the following goals for the work of the advisory board and for affordable housing trust funds. These goals are outlined in the executive summary of the agenda item. As outlined in the 2026 NOFO is included in the agenda item and is identified by the AHAB and approved by the City Commission. The following are eligible project categories for Affordable Housing Trust Fund awards. So the Affordable Housing Trust Fund process starts with the AHAB identifying goals and eligible project categories for the trust funds, which are outlined in the NOFO. The NOFO is approved by both the AHAB and the City Commission. This year, the NOFO was released in July. 2026 applications were due in September. All applications are reviewed by staff for eligibility. Staff utilize the information located in the NOFO, acronyms, Notice of Funding Opportunity, and the application to create the key project elements chart, which is exactly as it sounds. It's a chart that identifies the key project elements that the AHAB uses when reviewing, scoring, and prioritizing awards. Staff also develop a scoring matrix based on the categories and points outlined in the NOFO. All those materials are provided in the agenda item packet. The applicants provide a presentation to the AHAB, and the advisory board has the opportunity to ask the applicants any questions. In a separate meeting, the AHAB deliberates every application. The AHAB then scores every application using the standardized scoring matrix rubric, which is included in the agenda item packet. Those are submitted along with individual AHAB member funding recommendations to staff. Those are included in the agenda item packet along with the average scores and individual recommendations. The scores and individual recommendations are averaged by staff and presented to the AHAB for their final deliberation. The AHAB held final deliberation and unanimously agreed on 2026 Affordable Housing Trust Fund awards at their November 13th meeting. This chart outlines some of the key criteria to score applications and prioritize awards and how those criteria support city strategic plan goals, KPIs, and commitments. In training provided to the AHABs, advisory board members are instructed that award prioritization should be made based on these standardized criteria and the other categories outlined in the scoring matrix. The AHAB is advised by staff that the recommendation should have rational and reasoned explanations using the criteria outlined here and in the NOFO, and that awards should not be made based on personal opinions or relationships, political views, or personal preference. Awards are further prioritized based on progress towards affordable housing goals. Our affordable housing dashboard, a screenshot is shown here, clearly shows areas where we are falling behind. These areas include accessible units, units with 3 or more bedrooms for families, units that provide deeper affordability for our lowest income households, and units with 99 and more years of affordability. There were 13 applications submitted in this round. We received a little over $4 million in requests and had $1.2 million to award. Moving on to the AHAB recommendations, these are the applications for development and repair projects. I have included the average scores the application received and the final AHAB recommendations for funding that were agreed upon unanimously. All applications, member scores for every application, and the key project elements for each project are included in the key agenda packet, and I'm happy to bring those up. These are the applications we received for the other categories, along with their average scores and final AHAB recommendations. So with that, we're happy to stand for any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the work of the committee. The one question I had, and the one project I'm interested in is the 9Dell to $80,000. As I understand that it has some implications to their application and the points. I mean, I know it wasn't funded, and I watched some of the meeting, but do you have any comments on that, or is that a true characterization of how I understand the process?
Well, since it's a advisory board recommendation, not a staff recommendation, I might invite Mariel up to speak to the reasoning of the board for that funding decision, or?
No, I guess I'm not as, I mean, I understand that. I guess I want to make sure, my understanding is that the Ninedale project, the $80,000 is a refund to us and would help with scoring with the state on the federal funds.
Tax credits.
Is that true to your knowledge?
So, yeah, it is correct that the application was requesting a fee waiver, which the city doesn't provide fee waivers at this time. So it would be an affordable housing trust fund transfer of funds to another department. And if we wrote a letter to the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation indicating that we considered it a fee waiver, that it would potentially score the project up to an additional 10 points on the low-income housing tax credit application.
Okay. And then my other question is, assuming we want to fund that, and again, I don't want to take away from the other projects, either two questions. One, are there any reserve funds? But more importantly, I think this fee waiver actually, we wouldn't have to waive the fees until it actually gets built. Right, when it starts to get built, right? We have to make the commitment, but the actual funds might not even be spent till 2027, which could be in a different funding year.
That could be, although it's my understanding that the AHAB cannot, and I don't know about the city commission, but the AHAB cannot make recommendations for future years.
Yes.
Funds that we don't yet have.
Yes.
And to respond to
I agree, AHAB shouldn't.
To respond to your earlier comment, we do not have funds in reserve. The AHAB fully.
I thought we had spent those down last year, which was great. I think we should. So, okay, those are my questions. Other questions?
Yeah, so one question, inside here, there was just one thing that stood up. It said, all recommended projects align with the city-adopted AHTF, except the housing HSC. AHAB recognizes the value of the program. There was no other funding source. Sorry, like I'm losing the ability to read. There's no funding source due to its focus on short-term assistance rather than long-term affordability. AHAB nevertheless recommended funding in the absence of a more suitable source. And I'm not trying to be the Grinch or anything like that about this, but I guess question for Commissioner, does stuff like that happen often?
Share the history of us funding the Housing Stabilization Collective.
Yeah, so that was first funded during the pandemic, and the AHAB at that time sort of made an exception due to the emergency nature of the pandemic, and that, it was critical to keep people housed. And so at that time, the AHAB really prioritized the short-term rental and emergency assistance to keep people housed during a public health emergency. In the years since, it has been difficult for the AHAB to pull back that funding. I guess a precedent was set, and the AHAB, and I don't want to speak too much for the AHAB, but recognizes the value of that program as a critical program to keep people housed. And yeah, just as the memo says, is hesitant to not recommend funding unless there's another revenue stream to fund that program.
That makes sense. Thank you guys for helping with the history of that. And then the other thing was that tiny home project. You guys are like reading my diary on that. So one thing I've been saying for a long time is we need to be a little more experimental of what houses look like, and the fact that you guys are working with Peaslee. Oftentimes when I talk to people, in the Kansas City region, I talk about KU, I talk about Haskell, but I always talk about Peaslee.
Sure.
The fact that they have almost 40 programs at this point of trades, blue collar, tech, and the fact that we're bringing those skills here locally, I look forward to some developer who sees the value in these type of tiny homes and hopefully can turn Lawrence into a hub where this type of home building is, can take off in the region. So I just love that. For what it's worth.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll open it up to public comment. Anyone in the room like to make public comment?
Good evening. Is it still evening? It's not morning yet. Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. Thank you. My name is Troy Smith, 66049. I am a consultant to Mr. Kresnick, and appreciate, Mr. Mayor, you talking about the project for us for 9Del. 9Del, I just wanted to highlight a couple of the reasons that we feel so bullish on this project, 9Del 2. Number one, it is the only project in the city that qualifies for the Phase 2 points at the state level. As you all saw in the Lawrence Journal World, this is the first time in I think over a decade that Lawrence did not receive project funds from KHRC. This project, for every dollar invested, would represent it's $185 in private, federal, and state investment. This is a $15 million project. While I appreciate all the other projects coming online, it's noteworthy that this year AHAB did not award any funds to any new development projects for the 2026 calendar year. For any new builds that you haven't already supported. Anyway, and I will respectfully ask for my time, and you're welcome to refute. This project is 36 units, and 26 of those units are going to be restricted units, and the final 10 units are market, but it's noteworthy that those 10 units are all under 60% of the AMI. They're underwritten at 60% of the area median income. And the reason that Mr. Kresnick does that is so that in the event that someone has an income slightly above that 60%, they can still remain housed. So he has the 10 units available for that, but they are still underwritten at the 60% level, even though they are not restricted. They are quote-unquote market rate units. This being in the Warehouse Arts District, it also has 6 of the live-work units to further what I think Tony started in the Warehouse Arts District way back when with the live-work, supporting local artisans and small businesses. This project is, we would consider to be the last blighted piece of ground in that area and would complete the development of the Warehouse Arts District. So I want to just point out a couple of those points that we feel like this project should have received funding for, and are excited to bring it to the city, and we're hoping to do so in 2026. If we are awarded this year, our plan is to start construction in the fall of 26, to your comment earlier, Mr. Mayor, rather than wait till 27.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hello, Commission. Apologize for the interruption on that previous public comment. My name is Maria Ferreiro. I'm speaking not as a representation of AHAB, but just as an individual who's very invested in affordable housing. And my experience, of course, that I cannot separate being AHAB and listening to these applications. I deeply appreciate all of the applicants who have put their, who have submitted this year, and their commitment to affordable housing, including the ones that we didn't fund. One of the comments that I personally made was that I hope to see more development, more single-family units, expanding our reach of affordable housing in Lawrence. And I think that we are no longer just interested on, or I'm no longer just interested on units on the ground, but I'm interested in affordable units that make sense to the community. What was particularly concerning to me for this particular application for 9Del 2 is we previously awarded in 2025 $450,000 to this project. So we have already subsidized this project once. So adding more subsidy would increase per unit how much we are subsidizing. Additionally, when this project was brought forward to us last year, it was stated that we would be receiving 36 affordable units for the request of $750,000. We were not able to grant that much funding because we are incredibly restricted on the amount of funding we had. So the agreement was then reduced to 29. You are now hearing the number 26. That is in violation of the agreement, the funding agreement that we made last year with this entity. To hear a different number from 29 to 26 is concerning. Now, I do understand that there are changes in plans and developments, but we are committed to knowing that our partners, when we fund them, are going to move forward with the funding. So to me, it was setting a precedent to continue to fund something that was not expressing the number of units that we had granted subsidy in the previous year. I will not set that precedent personally. If things change, I'm absolutely willing, and I know the City Commission is willing to have that discussion, and that's okay, but we cannot set that precedent and continue to fund things when previous funding agreements are not being met. Thank you for your time.
Words.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Any public comment online?
We do have one. If you just joined as panelists, you can go ahead and make your comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, my name is Tony Kresnick with Flint Hills Holdings Group. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clear up some of the confusion here on the 36 units. So the 36 units, as was before last year, all of the 36 units are affordable. In fact, our market rate unit, is some might refer to it, or an unrestricted unit, is still at 88% of the 60% AMI max for affordability. That question never came up, to my recollection, during the AHAB meeting. And during the AHAB meetings, there's not enough time, and I appreciate everybody on the AHAB board as well as all the other applicants. But as stated before, there are 36 apartment units in this building. Last year, 29 affordable units were approved, rent-restricted units. All 36 are affordable. We're recommending 26 be rent restricted, with the other 10 not be rent restricted, still affordable. And the reason being, as we explained, is so that we don't have to turn somebody away if they make $5 too much. If they get a raise, we don't want to have to say no to them. In terms of the comment that was just made, wanting to set a precedent, I was really confused by that, because Floret Hill last year was also awarded. Floret Hill, who has a local nonprofit partner, unless I'm incorrect, they applied just like we did, and they received, I believe, $500,000 extra. That precedent's already been set, so I'm a little bit confused by that. I'll take it a step further and echo what Troy said. No new apartment units for KHRC's applications were recommended this round, despite the fact that over 95% of all affordable housing in the state of Kansas and nationwide comes from tax credits. But let's call a spade a spade. Almost every single dollar went towards nonprofits. The only money that did not go towards nonprofits was a measly $20,000 towards about $200,000 of repairs at Polar Lofts. Take that rounding error out of the equation, 100% of the money went to nonprofits. Now, let's talk about some math. $80,000 divided by 36 units is $2,222 a door. I like tiny homes as much as anybody. I'm working on a tiny home project as we speak. What's a better bang for the taxpayer buck? $80,000 for 36 units?
Thank you, Tony. Time is up. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Any other public comment online?
That was it, Mayor.
Okay. Bring it back to the commission. And I don't know who to direct this question to, if it's Leah or Greg or someone. If we're interested in adding 80,000 for this telehealth, 9tel project? Do we need to take it from somebody else, or can we add it?
My understanding is that that whole fund has been exhausted, so there's not $80,000 in the AHAB fund, so it would come from general fund. And that would be reserves, or we would have to do some kind of a budget adjustment on something else that's already been allocated.
And can we do an allocation for 2027? If it's a fee waiver?
Yes, we could commit to that, understanding that would be an obligation or liability that we would have whenever that did. I mean, I'm interested in the idea, but I think it would be not collecting money that we would be committing labor to.
Yeah.
So our inspectors would go out and do the work and do the inspections and do that, and we would not receive revenue for that work. And hopefully we'll have lots of work for our inspectors to be doing next 27.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, comments?
I just just an interesting question. I noticed that in the application, this is another, essentially, for lack of better words, cookie cutter that's going to have those live-work units that you were very explicit that are for market. Is there an appetite? Because it doesn't, I don't want to say it's contradictory, but, you know, I know a lot of small business folks in our community that could benefit from affordable housing that had that work-live component to it. So is there a reason why there's not been an appetite to perhaps utilize those in that way, or is it just your ideas that those are for market because it's it's for another different affluency or whatnot? That's for Troy, that's for Tony, it's for somebody.
Oh.
I have.
Yeah, good question. Our market, as you can probably tell in the application, there's 36 apartment units. All
I'm not talking about
36
those. Tony, I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the work-live ones.
Yeah, right. I'm just making sure that everybody knows, because somehow there was some confusion on the upper levels.
We're not worried about that confusion. I just want to know about the 6 and making them affordable.
The six live-work units, there's a huge market for them. Every one is pre-leased at New Hampshire Lofts, and every one is pre-leased is already leased at Penn Street Lofts as well. There's a huge market for them.
So there's an appetite for them, so you don't need to try to subsidize. You're not interested in subsidizing them.
Well, no, and also they're first floor units. So at least downtown, I don't believe you can have traditional residential units on the first floor without having to go through, what's the term? But yeah,
okay.
No, there's a market for them, or else we'd obviously be doing something different. But good question.
All right, no, just asking. Seems to be a lot of tension. I don't know why.
Excuse me, Mayor, would it be okay for me to clarify?
Yes, go ahead.
If there's any confusion, so we do have a fully executed agreement for 2025 Affordable Housing Trust Fund Awards for 9del 2, specifying that there will be 29 affordable units for $450,000. So I'm happy to pull up that agreement to clear up any confusion.
Well, yeah, and what I'm hearing from Tony is, I think it's slight of language. So they're still affordable, but 26 of them are being identified as restricted. And I hope we're not splitting hairs with language and connotation at the 11th hour. I don't have the time or temperament to deal with that, especially if we're going to talk about affordable housing. We don't need to be splitting hairs on language as it relates to funding. I know that AHAB and Mr. Kresnick have been good partners. The city has been good partners with Mr. Kresnick. We have several projects that are in the pipeline with him. So are we looking at, we need to be more prescriptive with our language as it relates to affordable and restricted? Are we needing to define terms? Because I'm hearing what you're saying. He's countering it by saying it's just these are restricted. So I'm trying to figure out, where did the interpretation get lost, or where is it that one is saying we did oblige it, and we're saying that it's not obliged.
So those are market rate units that he's saying will have rents that should be affordable.
Okay.
So, but they're market rate rents, they can be set at whatever rate.
Right.
Yeah. So they don't meet the definition for affordability that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that the city has adopted as defining affordable housing for income-restricted housing for households at 80% below AMI, where the rent is established based on the household income or income averaging.
And I guess my concern is if for $80,000, we get 10 more, that there's 10 more points awarded, and and 9Del2 gets built. If we don't give him $80,000 and he loses out, then he gives back the $450,000, but we don't get any units, let alone 26 or 29. So for 10 points on the scale for $80,000 seems like the right balance there. That's my thought.
But
you want me to clarify that the money has already been provided?
Mayor, if I come back correct, you said if we go with 80, then the 450 comes back.
Well, if the project's not awarded.
The 450 is already expended. The project
Oh,
is already.
okay. So the 450's been expended, but if he doesn't get it,
Correct. The 450 doesn't come back, it's already expended.
okay, thank you for that clarification.
I would note that the city doesn't technically do fee waivers, and so this isn't a category that any applications have scored on for Lawrence and all of the low-income housing tax credit projects that have been awarded in Lawrence. The AHAB, when they consider award recommendations, they do look at subsidy per unit. At 29 affordable units, the subsidy is $15,517. At 26 units, it's $17,308. The total difference is $46,551. So a partial solution also could be to request the 46 back, and that could be used towards a fee waiver.
I'm not sure I followed that math. I'm sorry.
because there's a change. They're saying that it was originally awarded on 29, but it's 26. So with the change in the subsidy difference, that money would then be transferred towards the 80,000 for the.
Correct. And to receive the full amount of points for local loans or grants, only 10,000 is required. So the project is well over subsidized already.
Take the remaining 10 points?
There's additional points. Fee waivers is just one category that local support can be shown. It's also in sales tax exemption, which this project has been granted, so the full points will be awarded for that, as well as local grants or loans, and so the full points will be received for that as well.
But by doing, I just want to make sure, if you don't mind, I want to make sure we're clear. The 80, you were suggesting that perhaps to claw back some based on the reduction in the units from 26 or 29 to 26, but then we only come up with less than the $80,000. My question is, can we still get the 10 points if we don't give 80,000? What is there a cutoff on the support that would then kick that point value in?
So for 40,000 in fee waivers, 5 points are awarded, and for 80,000, 10 points are awarded.
Thank you.
So does the need for 10 points, does that have to do with there's deficiencies in other points? I'm just curious why you're insisting on the 80,000.
Because the 10 points.
You need to come up here.
Hear you.
Do you mind if I take that question? I've got the qualified allocation plan in front of me.
Okay. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, thank you. So multiple things are going on here, but as you guys probably know from previous years and as of last year, we didn't receive an award. 2 or 3 points can be the thumbs up or thumbs down. We don't have what I can tell you is that had we had all of the points that we are going after, and this is the last piece, as Leah said, we already have the 95% NRA approved. We already have the $450,000, which was expended. We already have the industrial revenue bonds. Had we had those 3 things in addition to the $80,000 fee waiver, the project likely would have scored top 3 in the entire state and received an award. We don't know that that would be the case this year, and we're assuming not, because as you probably read in the paper, I'm the corporate lobbyist for the tax credit program in the state. We lost 82% of our funding, and believe it or not, that was what many people would consider a victory. So we have a lot less resource, a lot more competition, and to take it a step further, East Lawrence was just removed from the qualified census tract, and so we will no longer receive the qualified census tract points the following round. We will this round, and so it's kind of a now or never on this project. And I did want to say one thing. In the event that we knew that 26 versus 29 units being formally restricted was an issue, we just simply would have had 29 units restricted. It would have been a worse project because, again, we'd be running the risk of saying no to people that make $5 too much. And to make up for that gap, we would have just charged the affordable housing units a little bit more money. I don't think anybody would want to do that. We tried to explain that, and obviously we didn't get our point across, and I take responsibility for that. But from a subsidy per unit standpoint, as Leah said, an unrestricted unit or a market rate unit can go up to 80% AMI. We are at like 56% on even our unrestricted units. So just Commissioner Sellers, when you were asking that question, it's really not semantics. We tried, and I believe we did a good job of explaining that the project we are proposing, not 29 restricted, 26 restricted, and so that is something that we will need to get cleared up as well. So I am glad that that topic came up, but no, make no mistake about it. We need the 10 points. The 10 points is much more meaningful than the $80,000. Now, what I will say is that Leah and Terry Bradshaw with KHRC and myself had countless conversations. I know Leah had 1 or 2, but the program, we know how KHRC will accept this. The $80,000 fee waiver needs to be in the purest form of a fee waiver, or the $80,000 could come from AHAB or another department and be transferred to MSO and serve as a credit or a waiver when that time comes. And I can't remember if it was Mr. Mayor or Commissioner Dever that brought this up. That waiver will not happen until late 2026. And I will also mention that the estimate of the total fees to this project to the city provided to Troy Smith by the city is well in excess of $100,000, right? So we're looking at $80,000 of $110,000 is what I want to say off the top of my head of fees. So net, the project will still collect fees. But this is just one of those deals that you can't take it for granted. We have to have those 10 points. The 10 points is much more expensive, is much more important than the $80,000, if that makes sense.
It does, but the 10 points is predicated on the $80,000. So
exactly.
Right. So yeah. So I mean, I'm hearing a couple of things here. We're talking about something that is not within the NOFO, the criteria to waive fees. So that can be a discussion that AHAB has if that's the will of the commission to include that. How we do the smoke and mirrors and the switch and whatnot, I will leave that to Leah or whoever. Whatnot, but I mean, it's not like I'm not saying it's not doable. It's just where is the appetite to do it, because what I'm hearing is that we want to give ourselves the best showing. We know that if we can max out as many points as possible, we can do that. That sounds great, especially if it's bringing LIHTC projects to the community. Do we make an exception and keep it moving, or do we set the precedent by having staff go back and bring recommendations for how do we word that into that to make that a criteria? And then does that start setting a precedence for other things that we should be waiving fees for these type of projects? I think there's just it's a rabbit hole. I mean, we can put a Band-Aid on it today, but that doesn't mean it's not going to come back again tomorrow, because yes, we did lose state LIHTC dollars. We don't have that anymore. So these projects that were plentiful for these last 2 years they're going to have to scrape and be at their best in order to get as many points as possible. So that's where I'm at with this. If this is the appetite and the will of the commission to say that we want AHAB dollars we want fees to be, a fee waiver to be part of the criteria, can be a criteria for funding, then I think that needs to come from us. And then we can decide what you want to do today, because I don't.
Well, I clearly think, clearly other cities must be doing fee waivers.
For other purposes, maybe not for low-income tax credits.
Yeah, but if it's,
did you want to?
If it's a KHRC thing, other cities must be offering them.
That's absolutely true. A lot of other Kansas communities provide fee waivers. Lawrence is prohibited from providing MSO fee waivers per ordinance.
Yeah. Well, I think that's something we want to look at.
Yeah.
If it's worth points, and it's going to be harder, we need to be able to look at that and see that.
That's how you track businesses. There's a way, fee waivers are a tool that we could use, not just for this, but for, income generating properties that might be valuable to us. So I think it's a great question to bring up and something we should address.
Yeah, I think so.
I feel the tension leaving. Solutions.
So I think we want to look. I think we want to look at that.
Creating solutions.
Yeah.
I think we want to look at that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to miss out on the 10 points, because I don't want to risk losing this project.
So, Mayor, I think you're narrowing it down to, if you want to reallocate the funds, it's your discretion. That's the item that's before you tonight.
Yes.
To find $80,000 off of the other awards.
Yeah.
Or you can direct us to look at some other programs that would be general fund, and we could bring those back. I don't know what the deadline is for the LIHTC application.
Tony, what's the deadline?
January 16th is when we submit our preliminary application. And I think that's January 16th at noon. Troy, maybe you can back me up on that. We have already begun uploading or compiling the documents, and we're even emailing with Brandon McGuire and Gilmore Bell today about chasing down a few extra ones.
Well, I guess my thought is I want to find a way to do that. We do have, and I'm not, one possibility is to take the 20,000 from Polo Lofts, the repair that's going to Flint Hills. That would be 20,000 of the 80, and then look at how that 60,000. I have opinions about some of these other projects, but I don't want to, from up here at this time, start cutting from other very worthwhile projects. I don't want to do that. But I guess I'd like to see a way to make sure we get those 10 points and get this project built.
So I was going to ask, so Tony, if we take 20,000 from you to give it to Peter, are you okay with that?
Yeah, it is funny. I just every time I have this conversation, I just kick myself and ask my wife the next day, why don't we start a nonprofit, so we wouldn't have to have these types of conversations. And I don't say that from an accusatory standpoint. I say that because Polar Lofts needs it as well, right? And that limited partnership, just like all limited partnerships and tax credit deals I own 0.01% of. We have $200,000 to $300,000 of repairs on that beautiful building that is now unfortunately 13, 14, 15 years old. And I wasn't obviously privy to the conversations that Ahab made, and what a horrific spot it'd be to try to narrow $4 or $5 million down to $1.2 million. But I'm assuming that part of the reason is so that they could participate in the preservation of multifamily tax credit housing that needs some help. So, I mean, if the question before me is, will you forego the $20,000 which was going towards $200,000 or $300,000 of needed repairs over the next 6 months? The answer would be, well, of course, but what a shame on the other end,
Right.
you know? But yeah, you know what I mean?
I get it. No, I'm just trying to figure out, because I mean, that's only 20 of 80, so we would still have to find 60. So it's a matter of, do we find 60 out of general funds, or do we find 80 out of general funds, and still make sure that we're still putting a dent in the fact that you're wanting to do upkeep on current affordable units. And I don't think you have to worry about starting a nonprofit. I think, public-private partnerships can do just exceedingly abundantly more than nonprofits can. So don't quit your day job quite yet.
Well, yeah, I was just referring to the Ahab.
I know you are.
Yeah.
It's almost 11 o'clock, Tony. I'm trying to keep it spicy. Well,
I got you.
Humor me here. Humor me. I mean, if the intent is for us to find that 80,000 so that they can get to 10 points, I'd rather we just find the 80,000 somewhere and not try to subsidize it from out of here. I think we're starting to that gets a little bit weird, and I don't want to do that. So,
with the intention of trying to change our regular rules to allow for
we'll have to do that as well.
Yeah.
If that's.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the other thing is to change that by January 16th and then waive it.
Right. I don't know if we could do that.
Is that a commission item?
Yeah, I mean, my suggestion is we're going to have to, it's going to be a tight turn to get you a solution to $80,000. Just that. And to go into and try and develop a policy that is maybe long overdue, that needs a lot of public discussion on fee waivers, and which also has significant budget impacts. Those things we need to give some time. And I'll also remind you of another thing that you've brought up virtually every budget, and that is the stabilization funds. That's what's happening here. We're not doing stabilization from another part of the budget, and so Ahab is doing that. And we have other partners in the community that are also putting a lot of money in, and it's still way inadequate. So that's why all these things are happening, and they're complicated and interconnected. So let's just solve the one problem at hand. I think we have time to do that between now and January 1st, really. But and then maybe we can bring back some other things, and I know Leah's anxious to try and do that.
So the motion would be to go ahead and approve the recommendations, and, as the motion stands there, so we can get the other ones going, and then with the addition of the $80,000 to get the 10 points.
The directing me to, I will just understand that we need to bring you back something timely, either next week or the first week of January, with some options for you to consider about that will include budget impacts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Amber's taking notes, so Commissioner Sellers ready to make a motion?
Let me just approve it, and then we direct city manager to bring us something back with options. Yeah, I'm going to try to traverse through this. So I move that we approve the 2026 Affordable Housing Trust Fund award as recommended, and direct city staff or direct city manager to bring back to the commission funding options in the amount of $80,000 for
9Del 2.
For 9Del 2.
Okay.
Period.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's after 11.
Oh, Sherry, it's after 11?
Yep.
For the new commissioners, we have a rule that if it's after 11, we have to extend the meeting to hear any other budget item, hear any other items.
And public comment.
What? Say that.
Sorry. Sherry, why don't you tell us what the rule is?
Little blurry.
Public comment.
So you have an end time of 11, so the meeting adjourns at 11 unless you, by majority vote, move to extend it, and you have to state a specific time period you want to extend it for.
But we need to get the budget amendment done, I assume.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, so we have both of these, so,
In 30 minutes?
It's a public hearing.
and we have the public forum.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is a public hearing,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
so I think it would be difficult to get it done next week.
Yeah. Okay, is there a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved.
For how long? We have to,
10 minutes?
no, we need more than that.
Come on, no, I'm not going to dole out large sums of time.
I move that we extend the meeting by 35 minutes.
Good luck with that.
We don't have to stay for 35. I'm just giving us 30.
The motion is for 35 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, he voted for it. Okay, we've extended the meeting 35 minutes.
Was it, I didn't hear the vote. Was
It was 5-0.
Everybody agreed? Okay,
All that
good.
matters.
Yes.
I'll make sure.
Commissioner Dever was a soft
Soft eye.
That's
soft
it.
eye.
Okay, agenda item number 5. Sherry, looks like you're listed as staff contact. Do you have anything you want to say on that, or Craig?
Not particularly.
Yeah, I'll just say, we, at your direction, we did invite proposals. I hadn't heard from one, and I reached out to them, and it was just the wrong person, or somebody was sick, so they did submit. So we get 3 proposals. Baker Tilly is out of that business now. That was news to me. So they've relatively recently exited recruitment, even though they're listed on the procurement contract through TechShare. So that's why you only have 3.
So these proposals come through the purchasing agreement. So I think we have, a couple possibilities. We can accept one of these proposals tonight. We can ask for, interviews or more information about one of them, or we can, decide not to move ahead with any of them, or go out for a request for proposal for more. These are the ones that came from the purchasing agreement, so we could get those without a request for proposal. If we wanted a broader spectrum, we'd have to ask for that. So those are the 3 options before us, or maybe there's other options. Those are the ones I know of. We had requested this before you guys came on, to get these options before us to see if we could get a search firm in place so that we could move forward with getting, the process moving in order to get somebody. So that is, I guess we need to probably open it up to public comment before we have our discussion amongst ourselves. Unless anyone has any questions before we open it up to public comment, then we can bring it back for discussion. Okay, anyone have public comment on this item? Holly?
I'll be brief. It's late. The Coalition for Collaborative Governance requests that the Commission take no action on the proposal for an executive search firm for hiring a new city manager and defer this search to a later date. Our coalition has been advocating for changes in how our city government relates to our residents, and specifically, we have requested transparent and accessible information, collaborative community engagement, and consistent follow-through from staff. We very much appreciate the changes that the city has made on these fronts already, and we believe that this upcoming change in city leadership is a valuable opportunity to support these practical and cultural changes that our coalition has been advocating for. Our coalition asked Commissioner Polian to educate us about the city manager hiring process, which she did at our November meeting. She explained the benefits of hiring a permanent city manager promptly versus hiring an interim city manager for the upcoming year. And our coalition supports hiring an interim city manager for several reasons. First and foremost, we want more time for the community to be involved in discussions about what our community wants to see in our city's future leadership. Because of the city's form of council manager government, the city manager in Lawrence is a particularly powerful leader for our community and guides the policies, practices, and culture of our city government. This is such an important decision, and appointing an interim city manager first would depressurize the process of choosing a city manager who will likely lead our community for the next decade. We believe that our community would benefit from more time for this process. We also believe that our community would be best served by having the selection process occur independently from the current leadership to more easily allow potential cultural changes. An interim city manager would allow the city to smoothly continue their operations, and they could neutrally support the process of hiring a permanent replacement after the current city manager has finished his term. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Christina McKenna, 66046. I want to second what Holly said, because in order to keep from making a rash decision by creating a deadline that we don't need to have, thereby exacerbating the current low opinion of managing of Lawrence, I just recommend proceeding with a temporary assignment of the interim city manager. As I understand it, you have the capability to take your time in establishing the next person who will be in this position, creating the opportunity to do due diligence and researching the person whose recommendations can be made from a well-informed viewpoint. Too often we hear commissioners say they make decisions based on staff recommendations, while staff says their research and support are behind commission requested or suggested items. I think the community would just appreciate knowing you fulfilled your obligations to seek out a qualified candidate instead of anything based on loyalty or just default candidates because you had a short deadline. And I think the recent commission election proves that Lawrence wants a fresh start, including transparency and accountability. So I don't think we need to pay the firm at this point. I think it would be just great to have input from the values that our city wants to see as the next city manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Courtney Shipley. I was just going to comment on the need in any of the organizations hired to do the public engagement. Some of you who've lived here more than 4 years would know that we had a really intense interview with the city managers who were applying. Over 150 people, I think, came, and they did a presentation, and that was actually maybe very stressful for them, but that was a very good opportunity for them to understand what happens in this community and how tough this community is, how much they expect from our city manager. It also, I think, gives them an opportunity to know how intense this job is. And if they can't go through something like that or deal with stakeholders, it will be very hard for them to survive here. So whichever of the companies you look at, I hope you look a lot at giving stakeholders and some kind of ability for the public to interact with those people. I disagree, I think, with the coalition about an interim. That doesn't make sense in this situation, to hire someone and create a whole new interaction with a stranger when we have someone who can finish the job. And it really just indicates a fundamental misunderstanding of what the city manager actually does. They are not a city commissioner, they are not the mayor. They do what the city commission tells them. If you're dissatisfied with the city manager, it's because the city commission told the city manager to do those things. So I hope a real discussion in the public about what the city manager's position is and where they fall. They're not a backroom deal person. They're a person who does what these 5 people tell them to do in public, transparently, and with accountability. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room? Any comments online?
There is not.
Okay. I'd bring it back to the commission and comments?
Couple of things. I want to just say I feel a bit attacked today because I think I've thought us as a commission has we've been very clear and transparent, whatever, and I have a tick about using the word transparent. I think it's a very loaded language word. It's a dog whistle. And I appreciate what Ms. Shipley, former commissioner, former Mayor Shipley, stated as it relates to the relationship that we have as commissioners on this, as a governing body, and that relationship to our form of government as it relates to our city manager. And that sometimes the interpretation of what our city manager is required to do, supposed to do, is a reflection of how we relay that information to the community. We are the educating body. We represent the body. So if the body is unsure about that role, that falls on us. And I take a part of that, but we also have points of people in our community that only speak to some of us and not all of us. So they bend on that interpretation. We heard a lot of that in the first agenda item, where we were being told that somebody, I've never met Mr. Fritzl, but apparently I had a conversation with him about doing some backdoor stuff, which is not true, but no one ever came to me to ask me that. So, this idea of there's this intermediary between us and the community and understanding those roles and responsibilities, we definitely need to fix that. And I appreciated that each one of these proposals spoke to that process. In addition, we determine the scope. So if we want if we want an intense community engagement piece, we can build that out. We put the parameters on that. We, us, the governing body, not staff, us. So if we're hearing from the community, we can put that in there. All the things that we want an interim to do, hypothetically, that's what we do in the scope of wanting to bring a consultant, a third party, a neutral party, to do this work for us. But I will say, one of the three consulting firms, I really enjoyed the proposal from CPS. One, because just like MGT, they really did speak to their phase process of what they wanted to look into as far as the model. And that gave me ideas of what I wanted, what I would ask for different scopes in these different phases. And I also appreciated the fact that they talked about having a 1-year service guarantee. So if things don't pan out, they'll start the process again for us for free 99. So I love that. But most importantly, what I thought was that stuck out for me and is very valuable for me as being the sole person of color on this commission, is the emphasis on diversity outreach and looking at national affinity networks, so that there's an emphasis on finding and recruiting candidates of color as well as women. And so that is something that I didn't see in any of the other proposals, and that stuck out very well to me. So
That was MGT?
No, that was CPS.
Say it again?
CPS.
CPS, thank you.
The third one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Other comments? I guess I would just add that, I do think getting a consultant on board to start the process, when you look at any of these proposals, the first thing they do is, do a 360, talk to the commissioners, talk to the community, maybe do a survey, maybe do all sorts of other things as we direct them to do as part of that contract, where we get that information and we get that feedback from the community to set that proposal, set that going forward. To me, I think that's exactly what we want the next step to be, is to gather input from the community about what they want to see in the next city manager, and having someone who has that experience to lead that process works for me. And I think it's something we want to start that process on. But I do agree with Commissioner Sellos, it's up to us to decide what we want that to look like as we negotiate the final agreement with one of them. Quick question for Commissioner Sellos. Do you have, and I only know what I see in the media, I know CPS did the Wichita search, and there was some commissioners who apparently voted against that and had some concern, but I don't know if that had to do with the search committee or anything. I don't know if you have any.
I don't.
Okay.
Didn't hear any intel on that.
Okay, just checking. I just didn't know if you had any on that. I know SGR, the first entity, is doing the Olathe search as we speak. They are not done with that search, as far as I know. But
I think the best I can share about CPS is that of the council persons that I did speak to, they were impressed with the process, and they did have community engagement as part of their piece, and they also had members and stakeholders from the community that were part of the interviewing portion. So they were excited about the candidates that they received. I know that they didn't get the initial candidate that they wanted, but they were impressed with the number of candidates that they did receive and how that process went. So.
Okay. Other comments?
I have made it pretty clear that I am interested in an interim. And most city managers, the transition does involve an interim. I would be interested in an interim that was not from the area, really get some new eyes on all of the functions that we're doing. But regardless, we still need to search for a permanent manager. So I personally have worked with SGR and MGT. I have no familiarity with CPS. I have a lot of contacts in Wichita. I can certainly reach out, as I'm sure others can as well. But point being, I would be okay with CPS. Where I may get caught up is the speed of it. I may not be a proponent of it, but obviously there's 5 of us, and if there's a majority that does want to fast track it, I certainly respect and appreciate that. So, but I'm happy to, for myself, I'm happy to even choose a firm to maybe interview or whatever you guys want to do. I'm pretty ambivalent about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do think, we would have to decide on the length of the process, how the process goes. And, in my opinion, clearly, as we go through the first phase, which is community input, that we might decide the length of that, or whatever, and then, react accordingly, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think I would just say, I echo Commissioner Polian's thoughts. It's not something, it's stuff I've said before publicly. And at the same time, I'm committed to obviously work with this group to find the next and best city manager for Lawrence. So even if I have disagreements in the beginning right here, I'm on this team to help Lawrence, and I think we all are.
Of course, appreciate that. Commissioner Gerber?
I'm pretty comfortable with moving forward. I agree that it seems aggressive, but I feel like given the climate we're in and the fact that these people do this all the time and they've got, dozens of probably already pre-selected qualified people, I don't think it's expecting too much. I don't like to rush, but I think it's important for us to use our resources as best we can. And I'm not committed to any one of these 3. I'm happy to go with anybody's suggestions. I had read through a couple of them that each of them have a different character, and so it's just a matter of who you feel comfortable with working with every day for the next 3 months. That's kind of where. So I'm okay moving forward with a selection of a firm, but I don't know about us being able to set a time frame tonight. Do you think?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, okay. And someone can correct me. You've done this, or Craig, or someone who's done this. I know you've worked with search firms on other projects. Is the next step, if we select one, to then enter into negotiations to work out final contracts to be brought back to us? That's what I'm imagining.
Yeah, but they pretty much have put their agreement in place. Yeah. So yes, you would need to kind of work off of a menu, which I think could be done by a representative of the commission or myself or Tony, of once you get somebody employed, they will work with you on a menu, so I don't think you necessarily have to commit to that. The commission, these are smaller thresholds. You don't see contracts this size typically. So these are things that you could work out, and there's some margin for adding scope to this within these contracts.
Well, I think we want the whole commission to weigh in on that scope sort of thing. I mean, and so.
If you get somebody under contract, they'll come here and interact with you.
Yeah, that's, I guess, what I'm saying.
They'll handle it from there. And that's what you really need. You need somebody to be working as your agent and do this sensitive matter that isn't me this time.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what I'm interested in, is getting someone on board to help us start that process and help us, give us advice, and then we make the final decision on how that process is set forth.
Consensus.
I leaned a little bit towards SGR when I read the proposals, only in part because of the Latha search, but I liked CPS was my second choice, and if others are happy with them, I think they'd be good as well.
And I know I'm familiar with some of the recent placements too, which is good to know. You could go talk to those people and see how that went. And just on a side note, if you wanted to do any reconnaissance, you could find out, because they've got 5 or 6 recent appointments this year.
And I did notice from SDR, I knew I saw this somewhere, they did Leavenworth, Manhattan, and Marysville.
And they're currently doing Olathe.
And, yeah, exactly, and currently doing Olathe. So they definitely have experience in the greater Kansas market.
Yeah.
I mean, would it be appropriate to push this until next week? So, maybe Commissioner Napoleon or Commissioner Sellers, if they know people in some of these towns, can ask questions about that experience to learn a little more?
I'm fine with that. If you're
Yeah, I could be okay for the week. I could wait a week, but.
Then we'll just make a decision next week. Yeah.
I think so.
Defer this to next week?
Well, if you want to reach out to anybody to get the final thumbs up on the crew, I guess.
And you could reach out to some people you know about.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, I've directly worked with these folks on numerous occasions. So really, it depends on your recruiter, truthfully. I mean, SGR has been around for a while. They're very entrenched. They do most of their work in Texas. MGT's out of Chicago. I've worked with MGT. I have not worked with CPS, but I do like their proposal. But I can call folks in Wichita, as I'm sure Commissioner Sellers can. I still have a lot of contacts, so yeah. And then report back. So defer till next week. Provide information at that time, or how would you like to handle that?
Well, and y'all are just
Sure.
receiving this.
Just
You don't
receiving it, so we
necessarily
can-
need to take an action,
No.
but we can bring it back for you to,
decision.
again, next week.
Yeah, let's
for
do
you
that.
to
Let's do that.
decide
Let's
if
do
you
that.
want to choose one of those firms.
Okay, bring it back to, so we received this, so do we need to take action since it's just received?
No,
Bring it back as an action item next week.
right. I mean,
How about that?
received them. They were on the agenda, and we can bring it back,
Okay,
next week for you to make a decision on one of those 3 firms.
okay, so we'll bring it back on the action item next week.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Ally, you've got item number 6 here, which is the public hearing on the amendment, so how fast can you do it?
I can make this real fast, yeah.
It's not that complicated.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Commission. I can still say evening, but we're getting pretty close here. Oh, Kurt's doing this for me. Kurt's ready to get out of here too, so. All right, two-slide presentation, and I got my slides out of order, so I apologize. Every year, the city submits its budget to the county per state law by October 1. And then the year ensues, and recognizing that changes may occur, the state allows you to amend one or more funds by year end. For this to occur, a public hearing must be held, which is why we are here this evening. So for 2025, I apologize, I'm losing my voice. Only one fund needs to be amended this year, and that is our Fleet Garage Central Maintenance Fund. So when we adopted the 2025 budget, this fund was not yet established. So both the expenses and the revenues were in our Administrative Services Fund and were part of that budget adoption. We had some discussions, and staff recommended that it become its own fund so that we could better track those expenses. So we recommended that to City Commission, and that was approved as part of the 2024 fourth quarter budget adjustment, which was attached to your packet. So moving forward, we won't have to do this. It's more of a procedural thing this evening, since it was not part of that official state form that we originally submitted. Again, just to emphasize that this is lowering expenses and revenues and administrative services and then moving them into the Fleet Central Maintenance Garage Fund. It's not anything additional.
Any questions?
And just to double check, since I'm a new guy here, so what you're saying is this is just an administrative thing. It's not like we have to find 5.8. It's already there, and we're just moving it. You're changing like the cells in Excel, basically.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good way to ask the question. Changing cells in Excel. Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing item. I'll open the public hearing. Anyone in the public like to speak on this item? Seeing none. Anyone at home?
No.
Seeing none, bring it back to us for a...
Closing the hearing.
Close the hearing. I'll close the hearing. I'll look for a motion.
So moved.
Done. You gotta.
So the motion, Commissioner Pulliam moved to adopt resolution number 7643. Is there a second?
I'd second that.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Pulliam, a second by Commissioner Dever. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, we have commission items and the future agenda. Any commission items as we're coming up against our 35 minutes?
No.
No commission, any commission items?
Probably, but no.
Not now.
Done.
Think of them later, okay?
Yep.
We do have the future agenda. Any questions or comments about that? We have another packed agenda next week too, but looks better after January 6th.
Now you said it, and now you done jinxed us.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor.
No, I jinxed us, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, city managers report.
Thanks, Mayor. Real quick, just the regular report from the police department, and then just kind of an update to let you know about some CDW-G changes. Just kind of a public notice and making you aware.
Related to the loan program, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay.
That ship.
Any questions for the city manager? Any public comment on the city manager's report? Any public comment online on the city manager's report? And then, getting real close, guys. Calendar items. Any questions on the calendar? I did find out that January 9th at 7:30 in the morning is the legislative breakfast. So we probably won't put that on the agenda.
Yeah, we will. We
Okay.
just got it today, too.
Okay.
We'll make sure it gets on your calendars.
Perfect. Any other calendar?
Probably because we have legislative. When is your address?
That's the 9th. Oh,
The chamber does?
the chamber thing is on January 9th.
The lunch where you do the state of the city?
Oh, State of the City. I got that. There's a State of the City for the chamber. I think it's February 9th, it seems like. I don't remember. I'll find that date.
Yeah.
Next time I'll put that on there.
No, January 27th, I do believe, is local government day at the Capitol.
Yeah. Okay.
Outside of the calendar, actually, I did have one more thing.
Yeah.
If I go ahead. Okay. I was thinking about when we were talking about 9th Street, one of the things that, had come to me, and I've talked to some people in the community about this before, is that when you look at those businesses on 9th Street, that we really have to do the equivalent of like how we got through COVID with them. That, we don't have access to them. We can't, we can have access to them, but it's not interactive and in person. And I believe Mr. Owens had a really great idea about reaching out to KU and asking them, hey, can you guys use those 5 businesses as much as possible? And so I'm also going to reach out to the chamber, and I'll reach out to people I know at LMH, and maybe we can all do that individually and just ask them, as much as we can as a community to make sure that we support them as, they go through this hard thing of having this construction down there on 9th Street.
That's a great point. Great point. I just did look it up, pulled out my calendar. It's February 17th at 11:30 a.m. is the State of the City address at Abe and Jake's.
And I told a fib, local government day is January 28th.
January 28th.